Okay, good morning. I think we can start and let some other people come at a later stage. My name is Bo Angelin, and I'm here as representative of the Journal of Internal Medicine. I will tell you a few words about that and why we are here and why we actually enjoy this very much. We also have some slight shuffling about some of the presenters because one of our main speakers had to stay home because of nothing serious, but obviously a bad cold, which means that, and that is Henrik Ersson, who has the second talk for this. So first of all, I'll just like to introduce you into the Journal of Internal Medicine and what is that? And it actually has a very interesting history, partly related to this building, of course, because this was the center of Swedish medical science for many years. So I should remind you, and this looks like one of the other guys, he's probably somewhere on a portrait in this building as well. Axel K was the president, as we say nowadays, rector at the Karolinska Institute. He was actually professor of pathology, and he was also a very, very important person. He had a lot of connections with good neuroscientists in Europe. He was also a personal friend of Alfred Nobel. So he visited him many times when Nobel lived in his villa in France. And there's probably an explanation for why Nobel chose the Karolinska Institute and not the Royal Academy of Sciences to take care of the prize in physiology or medicine. All the time. But anyway, one of the things he wanted to do when he was running the Karolinska Institute was to stimulate Scandinavian and particularly, of course, Swedish scientists to publish in a good, internationally competitive way. And so he founded the Acta Medica Scandinavica, or actually started something called Medicinskt Arkiv. And this is in parallel. There were a number of journals starting about this time, and Acta Pediatrica is obviously another one. And most of those are still alive, but many of them have changed the names or the focus of their work. The interesting thing with Axel K was that he obviously needed, he said that we have to make a good foundation. He also realized that if you want to have a good journal, that will cost you money. So at the same time that this was initiated about 160 years ago, they also initiated a support fund to cover the deficit economically of the journal. And for many years, the journal actually runs with a surplus. And that means that the fund has increased. So we now have about $15 million. And we need to spend each year the surplus of the fund, because otherwise we have to pay tax. And this is a very nice situation for a journal, obviously, and relatively unique. And we see that as something that we should try to make the best out of. And obviously we can try to keep the standards of the journal and the way to handle authors, etc., and particularly the selection process. But we also decided to support other initiatives. And one of them is to support different symposia or smaller meetings. And that's what I will tell you about. But this is one of the examples. And you can find all about this. And the interesting thing, we actually have the archives from 1863 and onwards available through the website. And there you can find most Swedish professors within the internal medicine publish their theses as supplements to this journal. So if you go back there, my so far most famous predecessor was Jan Waldenström, for example. And he made a thesis in the 40s called Über die Porphyrien. So he was describing the different forms of porphyria in Scandinavia. And that's still highly referenced work, actually. Monograph, as it was in these days. So anyway, and this is what we are doing. So internal medicine is everything, of course. And that makes it quite nice, but it also makes it a little bit complicated because you have to try to keep up some kind of competence in a number of fields. But we are focusing particularly in, some buzzwords, nothing very surprising in that. So we try to group the publications we have within these areas, and then we're actually looking both into basic science, generally with a translational approach, clinical, experimental, and clinical epidemiological, and of course also treatment studies. So these are the type of papers we have. And there you can just see that we have a number of editors. We've divided it so that most of the editors are generally retired, but still very active professors. But this is a good way to spend your later phase. And then we are also attracting adjunct editors who are generally people just on the level of being converted to professors, etc. And we don't expect them to spend as much time, but we really want to see them go into this relatively early. And they also stand for the connection to other universities. But this is all based in Sweden. But traditionally, we have a very strong European presence, I think. So we still publish issues. And you can always ask, why should you have a printed journal? And we used to say that it's very easy to argue for the presence of a printed journal. It's very similar to say, why should you have monarchy? And of course, there is absolutely no rational reason. But if you now have it, you can enjoy it and try to make something nice out of it. So we are continuing to print the journal, but I think the number of people actually getting it in their mailbox in paper is less than 10. So it's, but we can print out and make reprints and everything. And I think the latest 3 years we published only about 180 articles, and that's of different kinds. And that is from about 1,500 submissions each year. And that, of course, that means that we only accept, nowadays, I would say, less than 10% of the submissions. And on the other hand, we have quite a few commissioned articles. So we ask for people to write reviews because we think that is a good way to spread the message also. We have actually the year before we actually had 13.2 for impact factor. And you should say this is a slight having a bit luck because we had a couple of COVID papers that became extremely cited during those years. And during the COVID period, all journals had a lot of publications, a lot of submissions, and quite a few papers that were very rapidly seen. But we have continuously, when we started, we had an impact factor of 0.8. So I think we're pretty good. And this is, of course, good also because it attracts people. People want to get into the restaurant when there is a queue outside. There must be something good inside. I don't know if it is, but obviously we're happy about this. And our aim is actually to go for complete open access. But for different reasons, we continue as a hybrid journal. But we can also use some of the funding to support people if they need that in order to do the open access. So I think the majority is so you can forget about the top. But the other thing, when we talk about something else that we are looking at that you might think about is that we also organize think tanks. And think tanks are supposed to be for our readership or our authorship, I would say. So you can apply for money to organize a smaller meeting in order to go into depth in a new subject. And that could then eventually result in the application for organizing a symposium. Or it could just mean that you make a short report at our website, etc. But this is something that we feel should be quite, I mean, you could actually apply to sit down and write an application for funding, theoretically. But that's something you can think about, and it's all described on the website. And then we organize symposia. And the biggest symposia we organize is done together with the Royal Academy of Sciences. So every 2 years we organize a K. It's a good name to have a key, actually. You can have key symposia. And the one we did last year was in Okinawa, where we actually brought together many of the best scientists working with longevity on Okinawa and had a very big meeting for 3 days discussing what are the facts and what are the myths about long life and how can we explain it. And actually conclusion is that we still don't know. It will probably be different because Okinawa, where you had a lot of old people, particularly old females. But then it was colonized by the US, so it's still, and they made a big cultural change in the wrong direction, I would say, so that the grandchildren of those that get very old will probably not get that much older than the rest of the people. But that will be interesting to follow. And then we also organize smaller meetings. And the other thing that you can see outside is that we've been very happy we have been working very closely with a medical illustrator. It's actually the same guy who is making the artwork for the Nobel Prizes. So he is helping, and he can also help authors, particularly if you want to write a review. He can help you to get a very nice figure that you owe it, so to say, for free use. And that has become popular. You can look at that. We have a small exhibition. So this is just something I would like to tell you about. I won't talk anything about. This is the sponsor message. So now we move over to the second day. And as I said, well, I didn't say that, but Hugo and I, together with the different people working at the journal, we share a small red house close to the Karolinska Institute. And that means that we see each other, and they are mostly pediatrics, and we are internal medicine, so we cover almost everything. And we also decided some years ago to maybe we should organize a meeting together where we could take some advantage of this. And one of the things with organizing meetings is that you want to have publications from the meeting, either summaries or as separate articles. So the first one we did was on congenital heart disease, which is obviously something which is both affecting pediatricians and the grown-up, I would say, the senior cardiologists, would say, and that was a very successful meeting, I think, and we published a number of papers. So this is the second attempt, and this was, if you thought anything about it, the first idea was from Hugo, obviously. But it was interesting, and I think it's still interesting now, because what we're discussing, consciousness, it becomes very philosophical. And I think actually when you listen to the discussions, there are like 4 things that you go back to as a clinician. You look at the Greek philosophers, you look at the French philosophers, you look at a lot of the French neuroscientists, which is kind of exciting. And then you always end up referring to Monty Python in some way. So it's a very interesting exercise, I think. You should remember that when we're talking about meaning of life, we had that discussion in Okinawa. And you know that which people in the world is supposed to be the happiest? We would guess Danes or something, but it's the Finnish, of course. The Finnish.
Not doing so bad.
No, probably not. But the nice thing is that then you ask the Finns, why is your small country housing the most happy people? And they say, probably because we don't have very big expectations. And I think that's probably just exactly on the spot. So anyway, so today we will move a little bit more into the adult side, but actually everything is overlapping. And the first talk today will be given by Björn Grinde from Oslo. And he has exactly the right background to talk about this, because you're trained most in biology and psychology. And formally you are now, I understand, a senior professor at the University of Oslo, and you've been working at the Institute of Mental and Public Health. And we're looking very much forward to hear what you say. So please, Björn.
Thank you. And thank you to the organizers for inviting me here. I really appreciate this opportunity to present my ideas. And yes, I'm a biologist. I'm a happiness biologist, which means I try to understand what happiness is about and how to achieve it. And then what your life is nothing but your consciousness, which means it's made up of what the non-conscious brain serves your conscious brain. So that's why I want to understand consciousness, because if you can tweak that kind of the process of transferring information to the consciousness, in principle, you can improve your life, like making it more positive experience and less negative experiences. So that's why this book has this subtitle that it has understanding consciousness has implications for both for quality of life and for mental health. And I'm also grateful that I was allowed to go a little bit beyond my allocated 30 minutes, which means I can try to do this slowly instead of rushing it, which I sometimes tend to do. So I'm presenting a model of what consciousness is about, and of course I will try to convince you that this model is correct. You should be aware that I'm not at all sure about that myself. And in fact, I really appreciate having my models smashed, because that's what you learn from. So people like definitions. I don't. So I'll just say that consciousness, in my mind, is something that allows an organism to experience part of its life. And the consciousness is not an either-or entity. It's a gradual and variable, necessarily because it both evolutionary, it appeared very slowly, and the same is the case in human development. So there has to be a gray zone that's kind of in between conscious and non-conscious life. And obviously we can see this. I mean, other species have a different form of consciousness than what we have. And it's kind of like if I ask if my dog has consciousness, it's something similar to asking, does my dog have a nose? And some people will say, oh yeah, of course it has a nose. Others will say that no, it has a snout. It's down to semantics, and it's down to the cutoff we make as to how far from the human version an animal version can be before we feel we cannot use the same terminology. And you also see the kind of gradual difference between conscious and non-conscious in adult humans, as when you sleeping or wake up or drowsy alert and dream sleep, if that's consciousness or not. So I don't think really strict definition is useful. I think it's better to just leave that a bit open. That said, as a biologist, I love this quote, as Dobzhansky said it many, many years ago, that nothing makes sense except in the light of evolution, which means that consciousness is a biological entity, and it means it has to be formed by evolution. And to understand it, you kind of need to go back and see how evolution did that trick, because the principles of evolution is kind of what can guide you in finding the right place for the different pieces of the puzzle, all the information that is relevant to understand something in biology. And that includes the human brain. We need to kind of see how the pieces, there's so much information available about how the human brain operates. But in order to make sense of that, I think it helps to use the principle of evolution. So, and then to understand a feature in the kind of based on evolution, you need to be able to explain the selective advantage that it offered, and you also should be able to paint out the evolutionary trajectory that led to this feature and why in evolutionary history did the feature actually appear. And of course, it would be great if you knew the neurological correlate of the process of consciousness as well. But I kind of like to point out that we do have some ideas about how consciousness is formed in the brain. You heard about that yesterday. And our ideas about the correlate to consciousness is somewhat, I think, on par with how we understand other advanced processes like hearing or vision. take hearing. We know a bit about how minor differences in air pressure reaching the air are translated to neurological signals, but we really have no idea about how those signals are deciphered into words and all the other things we can gather from the sound. So we probably have a more advanced understanding of the neurology of consciousness than of hearing. So I'm not really worried about. I don't think there's a unsolved problem. I think it's all just down to the brain being so complex and so difficult to understand that we are so far away from any detailed description of it. But I think I'm sure consciousness will will yield to the same kind of understanding that any other brain processes. And I like the global neuronal workspace theory as to my choice of how to progress in understanding the neurology. And you heard about that yesterday, so I'm not going to repeat that. But I think that has the best potential for letting us understand consciousness. And is Hugo still here? Oh, I'm grateful to that. I enjoy your work a lot. Now, then back to the why consciousness, and of course we need to explain the advantages. It's there, so it has to be some advantages to it. Otherwise, evolution would not give us consciousness. And the main advantages, I think, is the offer of inflexibility of behavior and adaptability of behavior. The behavior can change according to different situations and different settings of the animal. And then it also allows for complex behavior like language and thoughts and deliberations on issues. But then again, the brain, most of what goes on in the brain is not conscious, it's non-conscious. So there has to be, I mean, if it was that great, there wouldn't be need to have any non-conscious processes. The conscious could do everything, which it don't, and for very good reasons, because there are distinct disadvantages of having consciousness. And I'll list them. Just this is important, I think, to understand the evolution. So I'll do it slowly. And one is, of course, it is slow. It is a reflex can be catered to in some 20, 30 microseconds. Just to form a conscious percept needs at least some 300 microseconds, and to make a decision based on it takes a lot longer. And it is energy demanding, both to set up a brain capable of consciousness and to actually do the processing, because the most energy costly process in the brain is the neurons signaling, and consciousness requires a lot of that for a prolonged time, so it has to be demanding. And also, it can only cater to one thing at a time, while the non-conscious brain can take care of all the other bodily needs continuously and simultaneously. And consciousness, your decision on consciousness is actually based on restricted information. There's not the capacity to give you all the information the senses can capture. So you are kind of bound to just have a limit as to what you base your conscious decisions on. And the consciousness, it can make decisions, but it cannot execute them. Meaning there's tend to be a lack of fluency. If you play tennis, you need to make the movement of the arm non-conscious. You need to learn the non-conscious brain to direct the racket. If you kind of force it and say, I want to have control of the arm, you'll probably miss the ball or have a bad shot, because the non-conscious or the conscious brain is not good enough to actually direct the coordination of the muscles. And it's vulnerable to whims. I mean, we see that certainly in humans. I mean, we can decide to kill ourselves, which is very bad for the genes. We can even decide not to have children, which is equally bad for the genes, that is. So it was a brave move by evolution to give or to start designing consciousness. Now, as a biologist, I would like to know which organisms are conscious and which are not, because that is very important to kind of set the evolutionary trajectory for consciousness. And that's very difficult. You can't ask my dog or any other animal, what do you feel today, or how do you think about this? But what we can do is kind of find out what sort of processes can take place in the human brain in the absence of consciousness. And then we can extrapolate and saying, oh yeah, if all this can be done in the absence of consciousness, consciousness is perhaps not that really great, it's not really that much required. And we can see that by in sleep behavior, you can do things with subliminal processing. You can, and we see the same like blind sight, and in certain brain disorders, we see that things can happen. We can respond to sensory information in the absence of consciousness, meaning that the deciphering of either sounds or vision or any other sensory signal takes place in the absence of consciousness. It's just that part of that deciphering is then delivered to consciousness for the idea of further deliberating on the issue. The thing is, we just don't give credit to our non-conscious brain because it's not you. And for the same reason, we tend to project consciousness onto all sorts of strange things or organisms, which I think is just not the best way of understanding what this is about. So why did we have consciousness then if we can really do lots of things without it? And for learning, it's not required. Even very, very simple animals can learn, and they can have memory, and the computation of sensory information is probably better cared for in the absence of consciousness, and certainly muscle coordination is much better cared for in the absence of consciousness. And that's actually perhaps the most difficult and demanding process in the human brain. It certainly has the largest part of the brain dedicated to it, the cerebellum. But there's one thing that consciousness, the non-conscious brain cannot do, and that is to evaluate options based on feelings. Otherwise, I think the non-conscious brain is probably about as versatile as a computer. You can program it to do most things. And of course, you can say human consciousness is a little bit beyond the average dog or cat consciousness. It has certain qualities. It has presumably reasonably high resolution film of life. In some aspects anyway, and it has self-awareness. We have a dose of free will for good and bad, and we have advanced cognition. So yes, that should be something more than the average animal. And so we think we have evolutionary success, and yeah, it is in a way success. But if you look at the other animals or other species with advanced consciousness, like our ape relatives, most of them are on the verge of extinction. They're just threatened by extinction. And if you look at the human lineage on the tree of life, we'll see that since we split with the chimpanzees, there has been perhaps some 30 different species or subspecies of humans, and all but one are extinct. In fact, if you go back just 100,000 years, there were probably 8 or so different species, subspecies of humans around, and they didn't survive. So that much for consciousness. They had about the same brain as we have, but they didn't make it. And if you look at actually, as a biologist, you look at success as the biomass of a species, and then the winner is not humans. Even today, it's probably the shrimp, it's Antarctic krill, which has roughly had double the biomass of the humans. So, okay, we are successful, but not that successful. So that much about the advantages of consciousness, then to the evolutionary trajectory leading to consciousness. And I already point out that, I'm just a little bit ahead of myself. So are we successful? And yes, today we are. But that success is not really down to the fact that evolution gave us this kind of advanced brain. Our success is very, very recent. It started long after the human species evolved. And it's based not so much, well, it's based indirectly on consciousness, but the cause of our success is the language which again gave us the chance of cumulative culture, which we build upon, and that gave a very rapid rise in how we're dealing with life. But if it's a success, it's kind of, well, that's a different question. So the evolutionary trajectory, as I said, in my mind, the consciousness depends on the nervous system, which rules out plants. They don't have it. And I also, in my mind, it depends on the advanced nervous system. This is a roundworm or nematode. It has a nervous system consisting of some 300 neurons. And in one of these species, we know exactly what all the neurons does. And there's no need to postulate consciousness. It's just not there. But the last entity here, this one has presumably consciousness because she certainly has feelings. And that's one of the few things I'm sure of because I'm married to her. So, to understand kind of the evolutionary scenario leading to consciousness, we have to go back to the beginning of nervous systems. And regardless of the species, all nervous systems are based on pretty much the same kind of structure. It's about the same genes, the same neurotransmitters, etc., that make up nervous system. And they're all based on these three divisions of labor: the sensory arm and the processing unit, and then the effector cells that cause the actual movement. And it's there to conduct behavior, and behavior means movement. But there's obvious reason why plants don't need it, because they get their energy from the sunlight, and you don't need to move to find that, while animals need to move. So why move? And there's not just to find food, like this roundworm is trying to, but there's two purposes behind movement, put it basically, and it's either to avoid danger or what is bad for the genes, or to move toward what is good for the genes. It's kind of a two-pronged system. And the point is, this is back to my dog, and here it is a bit bewildered, because while movement is fairly easy to make for a nervous system and muscles, to decide where to move is difficult. And that's why evolution moved toward ever more advanced processing units to do the calculation and to kind of find out the answers, what to do, how to behave. And if you look at the evolution of all the animals again, there are today some 30 phyla left of animals on the earth, and this is just a few of them. And 3 of these phyla are distinctly the more successful phyla on earth, and they correlate with the 3 types of animals with the best nervous systems. It's the arthropods here, like an ant, or the mollusks here with the cephalopod, and the vertebrates, of course. But an important point of showing this evolutionary tree is pointing out that these 3 phyla with the advanced nervous system, they split more than 500 million years ago, at a time when nervous systems, presumably, were roughly equivalent to what the nematode, the roundworm, has today, and that they were not conscious. So if these other 2 phyla should have consciousness, it would require convergent evolution from scratch. And that can happen. We see that in the form of wings, like in insects and birds. But the thing is, like, wings have a very distinct and obvious functions, and their structure need to have similarities in order to function. This is not the case for consciousness. As I point out, it's not really that a great invention at all, and it's not something you need to repeat in different systems, which is why I think that that consciousness is restricted to the vertebrates. And the processing unit of the system can be put up with different, what I refer to as algorithms, something like a computer, in how to make decisions of behavior. and the easiest algorithms, such as just reflexes or fixed actions. And there's all sorts of more advanced algorithms evolved, like instincts, learning, and then feelings and consciousness. But one point is that you find all these algorithms in the human brain. It's just we added more different ways of making decisions. And then feeling is one strategy, one algorithm for making decisions. And the point is that you had these two choices of behavior, either away from what is bad or toward what is beneficial for the genes. And that corresponds to either punishment and pain or rewards and pleasure. That's why feelings comes in these two denominations. And the advantage, the point of feeling, is that they allow that kind of a common currency that allows allows the organism to weigh advantages against disadvantages, and then to make a better decision as to what to pursue. And this is to make a kind of long story brief. I think that feelings first evolved in the amniotes. That's the shared relatives of reptiles, birds, and mammals. And they split some 320 million years ago. So there's evidence saying that these entities, these animals, have consciousness, while these other ones does not. But again, there's got to be a cutoff as to what you call consciousness, and there certainly are advanced forms of strategies for behavior in other organisms. I mean, the cephalopods can have much larger brains than some of the mammals, and I think even the smallest mammals have consciousness, and they have brains down to like 60 milligram, while cephalopods can have brains of several kilo. And I just think that cephalopods have all sorts of fancy behavioral strategies that we humans or mammals can only dream of, but I don't think they are conscious in the way we use the terms for humans. I'll give a little bit of the evidence behind why I think the amniotes have consciousness, and it's one observation is that these the reptiles, but not amphibians, they will respond physiologically to like dangerous situations in a way similar to humans, like tachycardia and increased temperature if you handle it and it gets afraid. And they do have behavior that indicate emotional evaluation, and we can find in the brain that there are certain neurotransmitters that are expanded when going from amphibians to reptiles, like dopamine. And they have brain structures that we recognize from where we think consciousness is based in mammals. And they can have sleep patterns that goes from active to REM, which in my mind is not the best evidence, but it's kind of add ups to saying that, okay, there's probably going to be something related to consciousness in these animals. But what is more to, and as I said, I need to also paint the scenario, the trajectory, why consciousness evolved. And I think there's a good story for thinking this happened in the early amniotes. When they colonized land this 320 million years ago, and they did so with a complex nervous system, which kind of mean they were capable of it. And they did evolve lungs, which means they can extract a lot more oxygen from the environment than an aquatic animal can do, which will allow them to feed a larger brain and then a more advanced brain. And they kind of, in the ocean, things are fairly similar and fairly steady, while when you move on to land, it's a very variable environment that you need to kind of constantly adapt to, so they needed a more flexible way of behavior. And in contrast to like insects who colonized land before the reptiles did, They are large animals with a slow turnover in a long lifetime, and therefore small, slow turnover, and therefore and consequently slow evolution. So they could not easily evolve to adapt to novel situations. They needed a flexible brain that allowed the individual to adapt to the differing environment. So what I propose is that there were stages in the evolution of consciousness. I mean, first you needed to have advanced brains, and advanced brains with then the more advanced algorithms for making behavioral decisions. At some point, there need to be a neurological kind of split between the decision-making and to make sure the decisions were executed. And some people refer to that as motivators. They translate, there's structures in the brain translating decisions to actual behavior. And they probably preceded consciousness. But these motivators, these structures in the brain, there's evidence suggesting that they could be what evolved into feelings. And feelings, you need consciousness. You need for feelings to make any sense. You need to experience them. So they needed to then, these animals needed to get awareness. And then that was sufficiently successful so that evolution expanded on it, and it added more and more sensory information to this awareness. And eventually it gave rise then to self-awareness. You can know who you are, and to free will and advanced cognition, and then language and culture, which made us what we are. Since I have time, hopefully, I'll just take a short note about looking at the amniotes. This lists the different lineages that have split more than 150 million years ago. So this are the main lineages of amniotes, reptiles, birds, and mammals. And as you can see, the birds split quite early from the other reptiles. They are more related to dinosaurs than to any other extant reptile. And the birds, there's fairly good evidence that the birds have consciousness in my mind. And the mammals, of course, I think have consciousness. And if the birds have, it kind of suggests that there's got to be something down here, I mean, something that evolved prior to the split of birds and other reptiles, like a precursor or simple form of consciousness. And then we find that the one lineage closer to the birds are the crocodiles, and they have a little bit more larger brains or larger brain-to-body ratios than the other reptiles, but otherwise these different lineages of reptiles have roughly equal indications of consciousness, suggesting that what happened was that in the bird lineage, the consciousness probably speeded up for some reason in this lineage, while it did not do so for the other reptiles. For whatever reason, the birds probably needed a more advanced form of cognition or behavior. As to the mammals, then, there are three kind of main lineages of mammals that are still alive. And looking all over, these have about, excluding our lineage, humans and great apes, they have about the same size of brains and complexity of brains, and probably about the same level of advancedness of their brains. While the shared relative of these three lineages, the cynodonts, had much smaller brains, meaning that either suggesting that these three lineages expanded on their brains and presumably on their advancement of consciousness in parallel. So I'm down to my conclusion that life is just an app turned on by your non-conscious brain sometime in the morning typically, and turned off again at night. And that's what we got, so that's what we need to take care of. So thank you for your patience. patients.
Okay, thank you very much, Björn. I think we can take some questions, and then we can see, do you want us to fill in now, or? Yeah. Okay, over there, please.
Thank you for an interesting presentation. I'm curious about your thinking about consciousness in artificial systems. Do you think there can be a genuine conscious experience in a computer or something like that?
No.
And why not?
Because you can program the computer to pretend it has feelings, but it does not have feelings. And
how do you know that?
You asked for my opinion. I'm not able to prove that, but in my mind, computers will never be conscious in the way I use the term. But I mean, you can make a different definition, saying consciousness is just a question of advanced complexity of decisions. But for me, consciousness depends on feelings, and along with flowers, computers don't have real feelings. That's my take, anyway.
So,
thank you very much for this presentation. You did not mention cephalopods, and since the work of J.Z. Jung, you may know, there is quite an advanced evolution of cognition in cephalopods and possibly consciousness. Now, that's the first point.
Yeah.
I don't know how you are reacting. And the second point is that in the evolution scheme that you do, the social relationship is not mentioned. And I think many of us feel that one of the main criteria for the evolution of consciousness in humans is that it's a social species, and that there is some type of social consciousness. I did not mention it, well, I just mentioned it in my talk, saying that I am not going to talk about it. But in the scheme that you show, of course, this aspect of the social interaction and on pediatrics is also very important, because very early on, the relationship of the developing infant is linked to the relationship with the mother.
I did mention cephalopods, and in my mind, they have a very advanced behavior, certainly. But again, as I kind of tried to point out, you can have very advanced behavior in humans. You can respond to words, to visions, in the absence of consciousness. So it's not really necessary to extrapolate from having advanced behavior to saying that it's consciousness, because even humans can do the similar things while non-conscious, like subliminal perception. And the main reason I think cephalopods are unlikely to have consciousness is because they split up with our lineage some more than 500 million years ago at a stage where the nervous systems were very simple. And yes, the social evolution is certainly a very important factor for humans, but the kind of main evolution of consciousness appeared before humans got social. We got social during the last 6-7 million years. Like the chimpanzees are social. The other apes are generally not very social. Some form pairs, some are just live by themselves most of the time. So the evolution of apes did not require being social, but in humans it's a very important factor, yes.
I was thinking about the evolution of humans.
Yeah, but we have about the same brain as a gorilla, which is not social.
Ingemar Rönnberg, Karolinska Institute, thank you for a wonderful presentation. I would like to shift the angle a little bit to provoke you on one issue, because when you spoke of non-conscious processing, you emphasize, or you took as a vision, etc., hearing as example. But Isn't it so that there's an enormous processing of the interior body signaling to the brain? We don't know if it's 90% or 99% or 50%. And that's where we somehow have started. That's where we're using the brain to have the balance and the position. And the fantastic thing with the strength of this evolution is how this filter was managing to sort out things that we really need, or sort of need, and things that we absolutely want to neglect. It's also interesting that this filter, which probably doesn't exist in the real world, is a little bit adaptable. I mean, we can control it. So I can go to my little finger and find out a little bit about how it feels in the little finger, but usually I neglect it. I cannot go to my pancreas and find out how the pancreas is feeling. Would you like to comment on this layman perspective?
Yeah. The purpose, as I said, the purpose of understanding consciousness for me is because we can then have a chance to kind of impact on what sort of information the non-conscious serves us. And yes, we can do that. We can direct our attention to certain things, and as you say, certain things we just cannot direct our attention to, because the non-conscious is programmed to give information on a need-to-know basis. It shows you what the genes think they can take advantage of you knowing. And yes, your pancreas has to do by itself, like your intestines, and your heart you can try to impact on, but you probably shouldn't anyway, etc. So it's a limited chance to decide what you want to get served, but you can impact on it, and you can train the non-conscious brain to kind of move in certain directions, like you can train to expand the reward centers of the brain, or to kind of limit the impact of the negative centers of the brain, those responsible for like depression or anxiety.
I remember actually, I mean, there was a period when autism was supposed to partly be explained by the fact that you couldn't make this selection of what you don't want to know, so that you were overwhelmed. I don't know, but to me it sounded like a...
Yeah, I've heard the theory. We don't really know very well why autism appears, but yeah, they can get overwhelmed. It's in a way it is like all mental diseases is a question of kind of distortions of what non-consciousness serves you, and it can be distorted. Like take a hallucinogen and it will be distorted, and it's kind of interesting because that learns us. All these diseases learns us a bit about how this whole system functions.
My name is Felipe León from Linköping University. Thanks for your presentation. I have a question of clarification. So at the beginning, you said that you wanted to leave it a bit open whether other species could be conscious, right? So whether dogs can be conscious. But I think that it follows from your discussion that they would be conscious insofar as they can have feelings, right? And so, of course, we would agree that dogs are not capable of introspection or reflection or reporting on their experiences, but I think that it would be consistent with what you said, that they are phenomenally conscious insofar as they feel pain or happiness or so forth. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think all mammals have consciousness because that's kind of evolution evolves features, and it doesn't really, I mean, they can degenerate, like some mammals lost the sight and their eyes, and you could theoretically lose, in some lineages you could lose that the consciousness could disappear again. But it's kind of basic thing about the brain that I think most likely is retained in then all mammals, most likely all birds, and to some extent in reptiles.
Yes.
Claes, Frostell, Stockholm. Thank you for some provocative lecture in a way, because you've moved the problem from consciousness to feeling. So then we have to dissect the idea of feeling. For example, if I pull a wing out of a fly, I did that as a kid. Did I cause pain or not? Because if I caused pain, would that imply that the fly was conscious?
I think you can...
And also animal legislation on animal protection and welfare.
Yeah.
The distinction between animals without a skeleton or a spine, and there's much more rigorous rules around animals with the vertebrate. So please comment a bit more about feeling.
Yeah, I don't think you should worry too much about the fly. You sometimes kill insects, and I do too. And so you're conscious. I mean, I can live with that. I'm part of a member of a EU project aimed at kind of making guidelines for how to deal with animals. I mean, it's a large EU project, and I should admit that the group does not really consent totally with my opinion as to which animals are conscious or not. And very many scientists think that yes, we should include all vertebrates, perhaps include cephalopods, some say, and some will even include the arthropods, insects or crayfish or whatever. Yes, and there are. Yeah, the thing is, there's various arguments saying they should have consciousness, like you can, in lobsters or at least crayfish, you can observe that if you give them tranquilizers designed for humans, they too get apparently tranquilized, which they take as a very good example of they must be conscious. But the point is that the nervous system is based on the same kind of structures, the same neurotransmitters, the same way of signaling in all nervous systems, regardless of the species. So yes, crayfish or other arthropods, they use the same neurotransmitter to transmit the response to danger. And all animals can respond to danger. But that doesn't mean it feel anything. You respond to danger without consciousness. If you see something resembling a snake, you jump. If you put your finger in the flame, you pull it back. But that response is non-conscious. The feelings come afterwards, meaning you don't need consciousness to respond to danger. Even humans don't, because consciousness is simply too slow to respond to danger. You need to have this non-conscious need to initiate a reaction prior to the information reaching your consciousness. And that goes for that, in my mind, explain what happens in arthropods or mollusks. There's not really need to postulate consciousness, even though they have responses that we think are conscious. But it's just, again, because it's all we got, we tend to kind of push it on to all sorts of animals or innate objects.
I have related to this question. You said as disadvantages that consciousness is slow and a high energy demand. But is this not also an advantage? Because as you just now said, for the fight or fly reaction, we have our other systems.
Yeah.
And we are in the position to have these slow processes to get deeper insights.
Yeah.
So I would call it an advantage and not a disadvantage. And I also did not get why it is energy demanding. Our whole brain is energy demanding.
Yeah. It is. I mean, the brain is very energy demanding, as you all know, and somebody has to pay the cost. Meaning, if you have an expensive brain to operate, you need more food, more. So it has a cost to it. But well, yeah, I'm very happy I'm conscious. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to stand here and give this talk. And I enjoy science. So I'm very happy that. But again, most of the advanced species on the Earth, advanced in the form of advanced brains and consciousness, they're not successful at all. Mammals are reasonably successful, but arthropods are by far the most successful group of animals, insects, crayfish, etc. So consciousness is not certainly required for biological success. I mean, I think humans are successful. Hopefully they will remain successful and not destroy themselves on the Earth. But it is, yes, I'm happy I have consciousness, but that doesn't, biologically speaking, is not such a great invention, in my mind. It had certain advantages. I mean, mammals are somewhat, they're more successful than most phyla of animals. the mammals, arthropods, and mollusks. So yes, it had advantages, as I point out. It's just that we shouldn't overdo that. We should also see the disadvantages when we try to understand why it evolved and who has consciousness, because that kind of, otherwise you don't get the whole picture and you easily get skewed into saying, I mean, even the flower, there are many people, if I ask if the rose has consciousness, oh yes, it has feelings, I can sense it. Okay.
Okay.
I don't think consciousness is so energy demanding. If you compare the brain with a computer, I mean, it needs much more, thousands or millions of more energy to run a computer, which can make most of the things the brain can do. And the other thing is, I don't think reptiles are conscious because they cannot combine their senses. And if they see a rat and the rat disappears, it's out of sight, out of mind, as compared with a cat, for example.
Yeah, I think as I said, mammals have a more advanced consciousness, and it is a bit of a cutoff how close to our consciousness a species should be before you call it consciousness. I include reptiles to a large extent because I do believe birds are conscious. And if reptiles had nothing of the sort, it would mean that consciousness evolved independently in the bird and mammal lineage. And I think to have this kind of feature evolve from scratch independently is somewhat unlikely, which is why I think there are primitive, if you may, forms of consciousness in reptiles as well. But it's
there might be extinct species that we don't know about.
The dinosaurs would be very interesting to meet.
All right, thank you. So I think we take a coffee break, and then we'll be back. We have more time to discuss, but I'm very pleased with this. So you try to be back in good time until 10:10. I just realized that we also have a number of people who are attending at the net. So we should take care of their time as well. And they have the possibility to send in questions through the chat function, and then we can read up those. We can at least select those that seem to be doing all right. So I think we just move ahead. And now we're shifting to a few presentations related to more, I would say, more practically applicable concepts regarding consciousness, including people that we bring out of consciousnness, or when we want to know when it stops, I would say. So the first talk will be given by Olivia Possery, who is coming from Liège in Belgium, where she's working with the Coma Science Group, which is a very famous, for some reason there are several groups in Belgium working with intensive care and different very important aspects actually. So you will tell us about your knowledge based upon the fact that you also have a neuropsychological aspect. And we look very much forward to listen to you. So please, Olivia.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. Thank you to Hugo and the organizing committee for inviting me today to present you mostly the work that we've done at the Coma Science Group. So the Coma Science Group is part of the GIGA Consciousness at the University of Liège. And so you can see here we are about 30 people, and we are physicians, neuropsychologists, engineers, computer scientists, biologists, physical therapists, speech therapists, and nurse. And we are really working all together as a multidisciplinary team to try to better understand what's happening in the brain once you have a severe brain injury. So today I will spend some time to explain what we mean by disorders of consciousness, So what is a coma? What are the related states? And then how we assess consciousness at the bedside using behavior, how we can also assess consciousness using brain imaging. And then that's my thing to try to find a cure for coma. So where are we at regarding the treatment? And then if I have time, and probably I will do that very quickly, all the other related topics that we do at the Giga Consciousness. So first of all, what happens after a coma? Or here, more after severe brain injury. So you have a patient who had a car accident, a cardiac arrest, a stroke, then they fall into a coma. So coma, for us, is defined as an acute state. It only lasts a few hours, a few days, up to a few weeks if it's a pharmacological coma. So you cannot stay in a coma for 19 years. That doesn't exist. And so coma, what it is, we have two components of consciousness, arousal and awareness. And so in a coma, you are not awake and you are not aware. So you always have eyes closed, always, whatsoever. If you give pain, auditory stimulation, the patient will never open their eyes. And they are also not conscious, not aware, meaning they are not aware of themselves or the environment. So if it's an acute state, something has to change. Either the patient will die because the brain lesions are too severe, or they will recover something. And the first thing they recover is arousal or wakefulness. So they will start to open their eyes to recover wakefulness, and yet they will still be unaware of themselves and the environment. And so that's called the vegetative states. You probably all know this term. And in 2010, Lagercrantz and colleagues suggested to change that name into unresponsive wakefulness syndrome to avoid the plant-vegetable negative connotation. Unresponsive because they are not responsive, and wakefulness because they are awake, and syndrome because they show some syndromes. And those people, they only show reflex movement. So some of them, they can yawn, they can move, but it's never oriented, it's never on purpose. Then once the patient starts to show signs of consciousness, then we say that they transition into the minimally conscious state. And so this is, again, they have eyes open, eyes closed, sleep-wake cycles, and they show non-reflex behavior. And in 2011, we separated into minimally conscious state plus and minus, depending on the language. If they were able to respond to a command or to have a verbalization, then they would be MCS plus. And if they have other signs not related to language, like visual pursuit or pain localization, then we would say they are in minimally conscious states minus. Usually I have a video with a test, but because we have only 40 minutes, you won't have that test, but you still have to remember all those different states. And so the thing is, all those entities, the commonality is that you cannot communicate with them. So you cannot ask them if they feel pain, if they hear. It's just not possible to interact with them. Once they are able to interact in a functional way or use objects in a functional way, then we say that they are emerged from the minimally conscious states. And just to go back here, we see that patients who have language processing, they do have a preservation of the language processing here with the PET scan, so it's not hypometabolic, whereas patients who don't have any language capacities, they do have a hypometabolism in the language areas. I think we touched upon a little bit about that yesterday, about the locked-in syndrome. So this is not a disorder of consciousness, so it has to be separated. And those patients, unfortunately, they will wake up from coma and be completely paralyzed from head to toes. So no motor output, but then they will stay fully conscious unless there are some additional brain area with damages. Most of them, they are really fully conscious, as you can see here in this video. So this is a person who is part of the Alice in Paris, in France. And you see that the only thing he can do is to blink his eyes and close his eyes. But using that, he can communicate with the external world. So here you have a camera, you have a key letters, and so he can look at the letters. When he wants to select the letters, he blinks, and then he can do letter by letter, words by word, sentence, and then some of them, they even wrote some books. So what is happening in those patients, in the locked-in patient, is that you can see here, they have a cortex that is intact, and the problem is that they have a lesion in the brainstem area that prevents all the motor fibers to go into the body. So that's why they are paralyzed. And if you have not read or seen the movie, I invite you to look at the diving bell and the butterfly or look up for Yes. So it's really just by blinking an eye that they wrote the book. And usually you have someone with a specific alphabet, depending on the language. So in French, you have I, E, G, A, R, I, N, T, and then they blink every time they want to say a letter. And as we will see later, now it's very obvious that up to 30% of the patients that we think are in unresponsive states, they are actually conscious. So if you look at the bedside, you don't see any purposeful movement, and yet once you use brain imaging, you see that they act, or the brain responds to stimuli as if someone who is conscious like you and me, and we will go to this direction after. So we call it MCS star, minimally conscious state star, but in the US, Nico Schiff call it more cognitive motor dissociation. There's also functional locked-in, so we don't really agree for a name yet for that specific entity. So one can ask, why is it important at the end to have a correct diagnosis? Why do we really care if someone is conscious or not conscious when we see them at the bedside? 3 things. The first one is the prognosis. As you can see here, someone who's conscious will recover better than someone who's not. So here we have people who had a non-traumatic etiology, so cardiac arrest, for instance. We assess them 1 month after the injury, and we look at them until 2 years later. And you see that if you are in unresponsive states 1 month after the injury, you have a bad chance to be dead after 2 years. Here, if after 1 month you are in a minimally conscious state, you see that 2 years later, you still have a proportion of patients who will die, but you still have a good proportion who will emerge from the minimally conscious states. Then for treatment, we have seen that people who are at least minimally conscious will benefit more from treatment than people who are unconscious, using, for instance, deep brain stimulation when you stimulate the thalamus, or using transcranial direct current stimulation, stimulating the frontal area. We see that it works better in patients who are in a minimally conscious state. And then the third thing is ethics. I think we all agree that we would probably behave differently if we think that someone is not there versus someone is there. And so here, also we can see an old study where we see that our opinion will change depending on if we think we are conscious or not. And so here I invite you to do the exercise with me. So for you, is it acceptable to stop treatment in a chronic is more than a month or more than 3 months, depending, in a non-responsive patients or in a minimally conscious patients? And here you see that 70% agree that it's okay to stop treatment if you are unresponsive, and only 30% agree if you are minimally conscious. And then I ask you for yourself, would you want to stay alive if you were in unresponsive patients or in a minimally conscious patient? Would you? Not that many won't, but you never know what happens. So here we see that 20 would say, I don't want to be kept alive, but then a bit more would be okay to be kept alive if they were in a minimally conscious state. So here I also invite you to, at least in Belgium we have advanced directive, so you can go to the courthouse and say, if I'm in that state, please stop treatment after a year. So it's also good that in the case it happens, because it's not always to other people, that at least your beloved one and your friends and family know what you would like to have if that happens. And then this is also an old study that show the quality of life. So obviously we cannot communicate with patients with disorders of consciousness, but we can communicate with locked-in patients. So we asked them, and I invite you to do the exercise also here, is what is the best time of your life? And this is +5. So think of the best period. And then you think of the worst period of your life, and that's -5. And then I ask you right here, right now, where are you between -5 and +5? Hugo. So here, that's the responses of the locked-in patients. It's been at least 2 years they are in that state, so that's important. And you see that a majority, they are still positive in this quality of life. There are still some with -5, but in general, the average is +2. And if we ask the general population, the average is also +2. So don't judge a book by its cover. And we also ask the family of those patients their quality of life, and similarly, you see that some of them, they are in a bad situation, but some of them think that they have a good quality of life. Okay. So now we come to the behavior. So what do we assess when we see those patients in the intensive care, in rehabilitation center, in nursing home, or even at home sometimes? The first thing is to assess arousal. Do they have their eyes open? Yes or no? If they have their eyes open, they are surely not in a coma, and so then we know that they are at least unresponsive. Then we will look for signs of consciousness to assess awareness, and that will differentiate between someone who's unresponsive and someone who is in minimally conscious states. And once we know that the patient has some sign of consciousness, then we will try to communicate with them. So often they have a tracheotomy, they don't move much, so we'll try to find a gesture like thumbs up to say yes, close the eyes to say no. So it's usually we start at least with a binary code, yes, no. And once they communicate, then we are happy in our group. We said they are emerged, and that's a good outcome, at least for us. So this is also an important point. There is a lot of diagnostic errors, even now. So this is old studies, but we also see that now. So here we have assessed 126 post-coma patients, and then we asked the medical team to give us the diagnosis, medical consensus. And then we went to see those patients, and we did the coma recovery scale revised that has been developed specifically to assess consciousness in patients who had severe brain injury. And you see that among the 51 that were categorized as unresponsive, there's actually 18 of them who show some sign of consciousness when we were using standardized scale. So there's up to 30 to 40% of misdiagnosis if you don't use the specific tool to assess consciousness. So why is it so high? On the clinician side, well, the first thing is if you don't use the specific tools like the coma recovery scale, then some signs of consciousness, as we will see, needs to have specific tools. So like for the visual pursuit, so if I move here, you're all looking at me, so I know that you are conscious. But we know that if you use a mirror and you look at your own reflection, you will do it more often than looking at someone moving into the room. So you should use a mirror when you assess visual pursuit. And then we also know that you should use the own name of the patient instead of a bell, for instance, although this is not for now considered as a sign of consciousness, auditory localization. And then on the patient side, we have people who have paralysis, aphasia, agnosia, blindness, deafness, fluctuation of vigilance. Some have pain, so they don't want to move, medical complications. Some have sedation, so you always should check at the chart to make sure they are not sedated. And some, they just don't want to collaborate. That happens too. So what do we mean by signs of consciousness? when we look at patients, we always ask them something, so we cue them. And among the coma recovery scale revised, there's 11 items that denote the minimally conscious states. And 5 of them are the more present. So if you only have a short time, this is the one you should look for. The first one is reproducible movement to command. So asking to squeeze the hand, to look up. So that's for locked-in patients specifically, because that's a movement that they usually have preserved. Or move the leg, stick out the tongue. And if they do it 3 out of 4 times, then you say, okay, this is reproducible, so it's a sign of consciousness. Then we have visual fixation, visual pursuit, localization to noxious stimulation, so you induce pain with a pencil, for instance, and you have to have the patient touching the location of the pain. And then we have also automatic motor responses, so that's patients who scratch their nose, touch their tracheotomy, take their bed sheets, so this is all spontaneous behavior that we consider as being conscious. Then you see we also have object manipulation, intelligible verbalization, object recognition, and intentional communication, but this is not very often. So now I ask you, again, your participation is, do you think there is any other signs of consciousness that were not presented now that could be considered as conscious behavior when we see the patients? I don't know if you have any idea of any behavior. But this is ongoing work from different collaboration. So the first one is resistance to eye opening. So sometimes patients have eyes closed, you want to do visual pursuit, so you open the eyes, and then you see that they are resisting. So we believe that that might be a sign of consciousness. All studies show that if you have if the patient has crossed leg spontaneously, then they recover better. So maybe if we see that at the patient's bedside, we can also consider it as a sign of consciousness. A group in Italy, they showed that there is a relationship between the number of times you can blink per minute and the level of consciousness. The more you blink, the more you're conscious. Then there's always this grimace. If it's contextualized, might be also considered as consciousness. Auditory localization, for now it's not. But visual localization or motor localization is considered, so why not the auditory? In Switzerland, they have developed the motor behavioral tool revised that look at subtle movement. And then in Paris, they have suggested habituation to auditory startle reflex. So if I make a big sound, you will blink. And if I do it repeatedly, you will stop blinking. So if you stop blinking, then that's also conditioning and then potentially a sign of consciousness. And then in Israel, but also in China, they have shown that if you have a response to olfaction, then you might also be considered as conscious. And the last thing is oral feeding. If you're able to eat like solid food, then you are probably conscious. Singing? Oh yeah, if you sing, you're conscious. But it's very rare to see patients who are singing. So if you see patients, that's also those behavior that I invite you to look for when you see them. So in 2020, the European Academy of Neurology has made some recommendations for those behavioral assessments. So the first one is to open the eyes of the patient if they never open the eyes, because then you can have a locked-in syndrome, a complete locked-in syndrome, where they also have a paralysis of the eyes. But if you open the paupière, eyelid, but if you open them, then you can ask, look up, and then they can look up. So important to open the eyes manually. Use a mirror, like we discussed before. In the ICU, of course, the Glasgow Coma Scale is used a lot, but we suggest to also use the FOUR, the full outline of unresponsiveness, because you can assess visual pursuit, so a sign of consciousness that is one of the first to be recovered. And then, obviously, to use the coma recovery scale, and to do it repeatedly, because we have also shown that if you just do a diagnosis based on one assessment, you can have also 35% of misdiagnosis. So we suggest to do at least 5 evaluations within 2 weeks before you can give a diagnosis, given the fluctuation of those patients. And then in 2020, we actually developed a new scale in Liège, the simplified evaluation of consciousness disorders. And it's based on the 5 signs that I show you that are the more frequent: response to command, visual pursuit, fixation, oriented movement, pain localization. And this scale is faster than the coma recovery scale. It doesn't need any training. So the idea is to be able to use it in the ICU or to use it to assess treatment effect, for instance. So now we know that there's still a lot of, it's still very difficult to assess the consciousness at the bedside, so we will use neuroimaging to help us. In Liège, we have the opportunity to use many different machines. We have the PET scan that looks at the metabolism, fMRI that look at the structure and the function, the EEG for electrical activity, and the TMS-EEG, transcranial magnetic stimulation, where we perturb the brain, and then we look at the response. First lesson that we learn is that consciousness is not responsiveness. So here we have one patient. She came after 7 years of having an anoxia. We all agree she was in an unresponsive vegetative state at the time. And we did some evaluation. And what we can observe is when you look at the PET scan, you have a global hypometabolism. The only thing that is green is the brainstem. We look at the resting state, default mode network with the fMRI. There's no activation. We look at the diffusion tensor imaging, white matter, very severely impaired. And then we ask her to do mental imagery in the scanner, in the fMRI scanner, to imagine playing tennis and to imagine moving into her house. And we see that she doesn't activate anything in her brain. So in this condition, we confirm the behavioral diagnosis that she's in an unresponsive state. And the discussion with the family will tend towards end-of-life discussion, notably because it's been a long time she's in that state. She previously said she would not want to stay, and the husband was also agreeing that, okay, if there is a pneumonia, for instance, we let her go, we don't treat it. In Belgium, you cannot do euthanasia because they cannot give any consent, but you can decide if there is something or complication to just let it go. On the other side, we have another patient who also had a cardiac arrest. 3 years after her cardiac arrest, she came to our laboratory for a week, and we did the assessment. Bedside, exactly the same, unresponsive, no conscious behavior, and yet you see a completely different pattern in her brain. First of all, she has preserved metabolism. She has a partially preserved default mode network, a good white matter, and most importantly here, she did show some specific activation to playing tennis and moving into her house. So in that case, obviously, she was not unresponsive or in a vegetative state, and so she was in a minimally conscious state star, and the idea here is really to stimulate her. So she was 27 at the time. She was in a nursing home, and she was always in her room by herself. So after that, we suggested that she should be part of all the activities of the nursing home. So the second lesson is that consciousness is not related to the activation of the primary cortices. And so this is a study with electrical stimulation, but you can also apply that with audition. When you stimulate electrically the wrist of the patient, you see that you have the pain matrix that's activated in the brain. In brain death patients, you have no activation. And in unresponsive patients, you do have activation, but it's local. it only stays in the primary cortices, and it doesn't propagate into the cortex. And this is a different story in patients in minimally conscious states, where you see that they do activate the primary cortices, but then it activates also the SAC or the supplementary cortex. And so that goes in line with the global workspace, global neuronal workspace, where you have to have a kind of ignition to be considered conscious. So if it's not the primary cortices, what it is? Frontoparietal area. So that's the network that's important for consciousness. We've seen it with the PET scan again. In patients who are unresponsive, they have a global hypometabolism in the brain, as you can see here in blue, whereas patients in minimally conscious states, they will show some preserved metabolism in some part of the brain, specifically the frontoparietal area. And then here, it's more recent studies that show that actually, if you look at unresponsive patients at the bedside, and then you look at the PET scan, you see that some of them, they really have a global hypometabolism, but some of them, they will show some kind of activation close to the minimally conscious state. So those one, we categorize them as minimally conscious states. We also look at the electroencephalography, and we see that they have a higher brain connectivity than the ones who are truly unresponsive. And more important, 1 year after, we see that the truly unresponsive, they have 50% chance of dying, 50% chance of remaining in that state, whereas patients who did show some frontoparietal activation, you see that 22% will recover the minimally conscious states and 9% will even emerge from the minimally conscious states. So here, in this study, it seems that we can almost have 67% of diagnostic error, where we don't see anything at the bedside, and yet when we look at the PET scan at least, we see some activation, and that can give information for the prognosis. Then this is also old study showing that beside the frontoparietal cortex, you need to have a connection with the thalamus using deep brain stimulation, or again, PET scan, you can see that you have a restoration of this connection when you recover consciousness. Here, Joël touched upon that yesterday, but consciousness is also related to complexity of the brain. So this is the work that we've been doing with Marcello Massimini's team in Italy. And so you stimulate the brain, and then you see how it reacts. In someone who's conscious like you and me, almost, that's how it should be. So you stimulate the brain, it activates the brain where you stimulate, but then it also propagates in the front, in the back, and it lasts for around 300 milliseconds. And more specifically, you can see here that each line is an electrode that will behave differently. So the response at the front will be different from the response at the back. When you are unconscious tonight, when you go to sleep without dreams, or during general anesthesia without any experience, or in a coma or unresponsive patients, that's how your brain is acting. So again here, it does react to the stimulation, but it stays locally. It doesn't propagate, and it only lasts 180 milliseconds. So knowing that, then we developed the perturbational complexity index. So as Joël said, it's a zap and zip technique. So you stimulate the brain, and then you compress the information, and it gives you an index, the PCI. And if it's above 0.31, you are considered conscious, or at least to have the capacity to be conscious. And if it's below, you are considered unconscious. And we've done that over more than 100 participants. And this is the results of the patients with disorders of consciousness. And you see that the patients who are minimally conscious state plus or minus, they almost all have a high PCI above the cutoff, except 2 patients. Those one were in the ICU. However, for the unresponsive patient, you see that there's actually 3 kinds of responses. First response is no response, it's flat. Usually those people, they are the ones who have anoxia and they don't recover. Then you have in blue the one that's typical of sleep, the slow response is stereotypical response, below 0.31. But then in some cases, you see that they do have a high PCI. So we imagine that those one may be conscious again, but we just don't see it at the behavioral level. And there's some evidence showing that those patients might recover better later. And then I show you how we can use active paradigm in the fMRI using the tennis or navigation. And with one patient, we were able to communicate with him. So in the scanner, once we knew he could play, imagine playing tennis and imagine moving into the house, we asked him questions. We asked him, first questions we knew the answer. So for instance, is your father's name Alexander? If it's yes, play tennis. If it's no, move into your house. And you see here we have asked 6 questions, and every time he responds correctly, except for the last one. And the last one, we asked him if he wanted to die. So here we don't know if he didn't want to respond or because he was already tired, because it's been already quite some time he was in the scanner. But that was the only time we could use this technique to communicate with the patient. So now we're moving to treatment. So here I show you how we can diagnose at the bedside using brain imaging. But at the end of the day, what can we really do for them? Not much, unfortunately. So we use the mesocircuit model of Nico Schiff to explain those treatments, but basically we use pharmacological treatment and brain stimulation treatment. In the pharmacological, we use dopaminergic agent like amantadine or apomorphine. We use also zolpidem, acting on the GABA system. And then for the brain stimulation, we use transcranial direct current stimulation on different parts of the brain, repetitive transcranial magnetic stimulation. We also use bottom-up stimulation. So here we have the vagal nerve stimulation that we try to do. We have a study in Liège, vestibular stimulation. And then in Asia, they are very keen to try the spinal cord stimulation. And we also use central stimulation. That can be deep brain stimulation or low-intensity focused ultrasound. That's more in the US that they are trying that. So that's basically what we are investigating right now. The only treatment that is class 2 evidence is the amantadine in TBI patients 4 to 16 weeks after the brain injury. You give 200 milligrams of amantadine for over 6 weeks, and then you see if there is any effect. Unfortunately, none of those are miraculous, except the zolpidem. Do you know zolpidem? Ambien, Stilnox. So you're supposed to take that when you have insomnia, you take it, you go to sleep. However, in 5 to 12% of our post-coma patients, they take that and then they wake up. Sometimes it's very dramatic. Some of them, they are able to speak, to talk, to eat. Some people, they only take it 3 times a day just to be able to eat. Otherwise, they don't know how to swallow. And some can even walk. But that's only for the time of the treatment. So it's 4 hours, and then they go back to their previous states. So here, on 3 patients who are paradoxically responding to zolpidem, we looked at the PET scan, and we see that that's what's impaired at placebo. That's what's impaired when they have zolpidem, and that's the difference. And what we see is that when they take zolpidem, they recover the mesofrontal area. So frontal here area bilateral. And so that's more associated with motivational processes. In those 3 cases, they were already in a minimally conscious states, and by taking the zolpidem, they emerged from the states. So somehow it helped them by motivation to recover that. And then in collaboration with the US, we also show on 3 subjects for the EEG that in blue you have the baseline. So in the baseline, you see that you have a high, low frequency and low, high frequency. And 1 hour after the zolpidem, you have a shift where you have an increase of high frequencies here and a decrease of low frequencies. And then we were very fortunate to meet someone who is fully conscious. His name is Gerard. And in 2010, he had, unfortunately, a medical complication during a back surgery. And when he woke up, he was fully blind. But when he takes zolpidem, he can see again. So he came to our lab. We did the same neuroimaging exams that you just saw before. And in his case, it was very emotional because when that happened the first time, he actually got bitten by an insect. So he had an infection. He had someone done a local anesthesia. And because of that, he could see again. But he was in a house to learn how to live without seeing. So when he went back to that house after the intervention, he said, I can see. But the time the people came to check, he could not see again. So they thought that he was lying. And so he was sent to the psychiatric institute. And this happened twice. So he tried to kill himself. And then he had a medical doctor who actually went back to the medical file and saw that those 2 times he had a local anesthetic. So then they went to Paris at La Salpêtrière to do some tests. And so they saw that the mepivacaine was working, but also zolpidem. And so that's why then he came to Liège about 2 years ago. And what we see is that he actually sees a little bit. So he's not fully blind now. He can see here, you see on the yellow on the side. But for him, it's really on the side, so it's not functional. He cannot really use it. And after two minutes of zolpidem intake, he recovered more than half of his visual field. So we see that he doesn't recover everything, but he recovers at least centrally. So for him, he's really like seeing again like normal. Then we see here that during zolpidem, he does recover brain activity in the visual cortex. And if we look at the brain complexity, we see that this is when he doesn't see, and this is after the zolpidem, we have an increase of complexity in most of the brain area, but mostly in the posterior area. So that was for zolpidem. We also know now that this paradoxical effect can be in everyone. So we have done an online survey, and about 10 to 15% of the participants reported that they have also paradoxical responses. And then we have used apomorphine. It's still ongoing. So the open label control study showed promising results. So here you give, for 1 month, continuous subcutaneous apomorphine for 12 hours a day in patients. And what we see is that the patient who received the apomorphine for 1 month, they do recover better after 1 year compared to the one who didn't receive the apomorphine. And this parallels to also improvement in the brain. Looking at the EEG, you have higher alpha activity, and in the PET scan, you also have a higher metabolism after 1 month of treatment. And now we are doing the randomized control trials, and this is ongoing. Then we use psychedelic. I see that I have 1 minute left for maybe 20 more slides, so I will go a bit faster. First, pilot study on ketamine. So the idea is that we have seen that complexities increase with psychedelic. Our patients, they have a decrease of complexity. So if you give them psychedelic, it should increase complexity, and so probably also behavior and consciousness. That's not really what we have observed, unfortunately, so far. So we have 3 patients. We look at the awareness with the second, and we see that either it stays the same or it decreases after the ketamine intake. It's sub-anesthetic intake. Arousal, however, is increasing for at least 2 of the 3 patients. And brain complexity is increased too for the 3 patients that you can see here. So we probably think that they are more conscious, but they disconnected from the environment. And so then that's why we cannot really see it. We were also fortunate to have husband contacting us last year. He was living in Colorado, and his wife had a traumatic brain injury. She was hit by a car, and he was trying psilocybin with her. So we did a test where we gave her 2.5 grams of liquid mushrooms, and it's a bit the same story. So you see at baseline, she was MCS minus plus. Then we gave the psilocybin. She was unresponsive, and then she recovered minimally conscious states after a few hours. However, again, we see that there is still a high brain complexity. So probably also she was experiencing things, but not able to show us or to show any behavior that was considered as conscious. She had more spontaneous behavior, but as of now, we cannot say that was conscious. And then in our lab, and that's in collaboration with Gustavo Deco, is we are trying now to model the treatment, because we know that psychedelic is complicated to have legal agreements and ethic committee. So the idea here is to really use modeling and the data that we have in healthy participants, and then infer the effect treatment in our patients, and then at some point maybe even be able to predict what treatment will work for which patient. And then last but not least, we are also studying other state of consciousness. So this is with the two other labs, anesthesia and sensation and research perception group. We have a lot of work with hypnosis, notably hypnosedation, where instead of using general anesthesia, we would use local anesthetic with hypnosis. Trance, going from traditional shamanic trance to modern adaptation, meditation, sleep, dream, lucid dreaming, anesthesia, and we also work with virtual reality. In our group, we also have specific people working on near-death experience. So if you are interested, or if you know, or if you had yourself NDE, you can contact us. We have seen that it's mostly positive, so people will report after a near-death experience that they have a feeling of peacefulness. Most of them, they have an out-of-body experience, they see a light, they have joy, and you see that only a few of them will actually have a life review, so that's not so often. But we also have seen that 14% of them, they have a negative NDE. So some of them, they will have the same things, but it will be considered negative. Some will really report being in hell, and some will be in an empty space, completely void. So that's also a recent study showing that among 126 patients in the ICU in our hospital, 15% of them reported NDE, so it's not that rare. And among those we've seen that if you are more spiritual or more inclined to the dissociation, then you will report more NDE than other people. And in that study, strangely, there's no impact 1 year later on the quality of life. So this is contradictory to other studies before. And now we are trying to merge domains. So we are comparing psychedelic to near-death experience, psychedelic to hypnosis. It's called hypnodelic. And last, in anesthesia, we also know now that 5% of the patients, when they are under anesthesia, they wake up. But because we use paralysis, roconium, they cannot show us. So if you use this technique, the isolated forearm technique, where you put a cuff here, so the arm is not anesthetized and not paralyzed, you see that in 5 to 10%, the patient will squeeze the hand under anesthesia. And yet when they recover, they don't remember. But we think that that might still have an impact on maybe the future, or some of them can have a traumatic experience, but yet they don't remember. So we are also studying that in our lab. Okay, sorry I was a bit late, but it's done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olivia. I suggest that if you have any specific questions to this talk, we can have them now, and otherwise we save up for a more general discussion after the next talk. Yes? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Do you know if your pediatric colleagues in Liège are paying attention, pediatricians who are treating infants, children in coma as a result of traumatic brain injury, if they're paying attention to your diagnostic, prognostic, and therapeutic approaches?
It's a good question. No, they're not. But we don't have that many kids. So in 15 years, I have seen 3 kids coming into the hospital for diagnosis workup.
You're lucky.
Yeah, very lucky.
Okay. Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. Coming to the zolpidem, I have 2 questions. First of all, you need the presence of zolpidem all the time, or can you have some treatment by zolpidem and then remove zolpidem and still have the removal from coma? So how do you view the effect? Do you need it all the time?
Yes. So that's the problem. You need it.
Very simple.
Yeah, you need it for 4 hours, and so some people they take it morning, evening, afternoon just to eat for 4 hours, 4 hours, 4 hours.
And my second question is: zolpidem is an allosteric modulator of the GABA receptor.
Mm-hmm.
So in your scan, it was not clear where are these receptors which are sensitive to zolpidem.
Well, here it was the PET scan with FDG, so it was not we didn't use any GABA or GABAergic agent. So yeah, it was more like global, looking at the glucose consumption.
Yes.
Gabor Tiroler, Uppsala, Sweden. The patient who got this zolpidem tried to take his life, or commit suicide, attempted suicide. What was the cause of that? Was it that he was distrusted, or was it that he would fall back into blindness, or what? Or was it a pharmacological side effect? What was the...
Well, no, he said it's because people didn't believe him. So people were like, you should go to Africa to a guru. You're not going to change medicine.
So have you come to the point that you actually use PCI in routine clinical work and part of the prognosis?
We did it for a while, but it's still very complicated. The machine is very big. The analyses are very time-consuming and needs expertise. So for now, we are not doing it at the bedside. Just if we have unresponsive patients, then we will try to do it. But otherwise, but this is the work of Milano. They are trying to make it more friendly to be used in the ICU.
Okay, I have a question about zolpidem as well. So it's a benzodiazepine derivative. And have you ever thought if there's some similarities to, I mean, you use benzodiazepines in catatonias, and
yeah.
That's very effective.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think there are any similarities in this case? What on mechanistic grounds?
Well, we don't know yet, but there's definitely something similar. And well, I believe that there's maybe a genetic component, because now we've seen that it works also in the general population, now in blindness, so this is also a call, because for now we have N of 1. We only know it works with him, but maybe it might be. So there might be some genetic variant on the GABA genes that could explain why.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
So then we go to the second talk by Michael Brumer, who has the interesting combination experience of being both trained at the Royal Institute of Technology and the Karolinska Institute, and you're actually now holding parallel academic positions. Yes. And you also spend a lot of your time, well, you actually do spend a lot of your day putting people to sleep or taking care of them when they're unconscious. So please, go ahead.
So thank you, Hugo, and the organizing committee for inviting me. This is actually a dream coming true for me to participate in a meeting about consciousness. So, I'm actually 100% clinician as it is right now. I work in a dedicated ECMO unit where we treat both neonatal, pediatric, and adult patients. This is just a reminder of what is outside. Actually, weather is about this nice today. And this is a picture of a typical patient in the clinical unit where I work. So the topic of my talk is unconsciousness, but you can see that this poor little girl, 5 days old with a septic shock, she is actually a little bit awake. And that is what we aim for in our unit. She has lost the pacifier, and she is also connected to veno-arterial ECMO. And actually, she has severe right heart failure and no lung function whatsoever. But that is not something stopping us from keeping the patient awake. I have no disclosures. And I should also mention that I'm not a neuroscientist, and I interpret being invited to this meeting as giving me some freedom in what I will present and how I will present it. My own research is in cardiovascular physiology. So the outline is that I will start with a clinical perspective. Actually, I feel a little bit simple-minded if I compare my presentation with the previous speaker, Olivia, who had a very extensive research about complicated cases with locked-in syndrome and so on. That is not so often seen in our unit. Then in the final part of my talk, I will also go into a theoretical perspective on consciousness. So the most obvious reason for using sedation in intensive care is to avoid pain and anxiety. That is often part of problems with the disease and sometimes also the treatment. Also, sometimes patients are presented with a pre-existing brain injury that affects consciousness, and some patients also have intoxications with the effects on consciousness and brain function. But I would like to emphasize that we always try to have the patient awake. That is our goal, and there are specific reasons for that. And one is that usually breathing is more effective if you are awake and trigger your breaths with help of a ventilator yourself. Also, the perfect neuromonitoring is actually awakeness, or having the patient awake. And the third reason is that if you can have the patient awake and spontaneously moving, then you can avoid muscle wasting. So what drugs do we use for sedation? There is actually quite a big variation. One group is the opioids, and as you know, they act on different receptors, and as far as I understand, it's the kappa receptor that's responsible for sedation. You cannot put someone into deep anesthesia with opioids, but some sedation is there. The benzodiazepines are also used frequently. Midazolam is the most common benzodiazepine we use, and as you know, they are GABA agonists. Propofol has a similar working mechanism, but is considered a more potent drug that can also be used for full anesthesia during surgery. Then a totally different group of sedatives are clonidine and dexmedetomidine, who are alpha-2 agonists acting on the ascending catecholaminergic systems. For example, in locus ceruleus. And then we have glutamate antagonists acting on the NMDA receptor like ketamine. And finally, not often used in my unit, but sometimes also used during intensive care, or anesthetic gases such as sevoflurane or isoflurane. And they are supposed to act partly on the GABA receptor, but as I understand, the main part of their action is through more unspecific binding to cell membranes. And actually other gases are also supposed to have anesthetic actions if you use high enough concentration, or for example with nitrogen you need also high pressure. So it's a well-known phenomenon for divers that you get nitrogen narcosis if you breathe air and go below, say, 30 meters depth. And interestingly, if you look at different gases, as we see in this picture, we have the often used anesthetic gases down here that are effective in a fairly low concentration. It seems like the anesthetic effect is very linearly related to their lipid solubility, or the oil-gas partition coefficient. So this is more a physical mechanism than a pharmacological binding to a receptor mechanism. So to conclude about these sedatives, they have very variable molecular targets, and they have all very widespread effects on the brain. Actually, dosing is quite variable from patient to patient. We often see development of tolerance after some days of treatment. And important is also that you cannot dose with a fixed dose. You have to take into account the sensory input of the patient. And this is, of course, most obvious during surgery, where anesthetic dosing needs to be adapted to what phase of surgery. So some parts of surgery needs more anesthetics to keep a constant depth of anesthesia. Also, the use of these drugs is strongly associated with development of delirium and confusion in the late phase of intensive care, but it's actually a bit unclear if it's a direct effect of the drugs or if it's the underlying stress syndrome or underlying disease that causes the delirium and the confusion. So maybe a bit embarrassing that I have a picture where I say that consciousness is responsiveness, whereas the previous talk showed that consciousness is not the same thing as responsiveness. And my idea with writing like this is that this is the common clinical perspective we use. And it's, of course, a simplified picture and a simplified way of acting in the clinics. So we have patients with pain and anxiety, and also breathing disturbances causing hypercapnia and hypoxia, and these are the main drivers of sympathetic outflow and sometimes motor responses, and if the patient is not intubated, a verbal response. And this is what usually is our tools for assessing consciousness in my clinical world. Of course, I am aware of that such things as a locked-in syndrome exists, and we try to do neuroimaging once or twice every week in our patients, and if we have suspicions about these more unusual states, then of course we will try to investigate that deeper. But this pragmatic view to say that consciousness is responsiveness is, in my world, rarely failing, and it avoids difficult philosophical questions about what consciousness really is. There are ways, however, to measure consciousness with devices rarely used in my unit, but EEG is of course an option, and it's mainly used actually to exclude epileptic seizures. Also, sometimes we use evoked potentials, usually somatosensory evoked potentials, and this is mainly aiming for identifying patients with a bad outcome that are candidates for withdrawal of treatment. There are a few methods mainly used in anesthesia, but that in theory can also be used in intensive care, and one is called the bispectral index, and we see an example of a screen here where we start with a value of 100, which is typical for full wakefulness, and then we induce anesthesia with an intravenous injection, and the value goes down and then slightly comes up during, for example, a surgical procedure to some level of sedation. And this is a patented algorithm, but it is somehow a measure of complexity or entropy in the EEG signal. Also, I have read about, but I have no personal experience about the transcranial magnetic stimulation and measurement of EEG, but this is, you can calculate this perturbational complexity index, which is somehow related to the IIT measure of phi, but I have no further information about this. Also, as mentioned in the previous talk, this is a bulky equipment not suitable for bedside use. Functional MRI is unfortunately impossible in our patients with ongoing ECMO, since they have cannulas and a machine keeping them alive that makes it impossible to go into an MRI scanner. So again, I would emphasize that the aim for all our patients is to try to have the patient awake, and that this is the best monitor of brain function in a way. In short, the ideal method for measuring consciousness should be available bedside, and it should not be dependent on sensory or motor systems. And that's one of the arguments for transcranial magnetic stimulation, that it is supposed not to be dependent on sensory input or the ability to produce motor output. The aim with measuring consciousness is usually to prognosticate the patient, to estimate the chance of recovery, but actually maybe more often to prepare for a decision about withdrawal of therapy. Also, I would like to emphasize a more basic method, and that is human eye contact. I think it's quite amazing, actually, that if you watch a patient day after day when they are recovering from brain injury, intoxications, or sedation, it is fantastic how you can get a very strong feeling when you look into the eyes of the patient when they are recovering and when they are there, so to speak. And it seems like we as humans have a very strong discriminatory power to judge if another human being is awake and conscious. And this is an intuitive method that is being used automatically, more or less, by the caring team, both nurses, nurse assistants, and doctors. But it is less obvious in neonates, I should say, but it is definitely a tool that is useful and apparently very important from an evolutionary perspective. A special case that we have found useful in our unit is that we sometimes use partial muscle relaxation in awake patients. And this is probably a little bit disturbing to you, since this is the most forbidden sin in anesthesia, to induce muscle relaxation in a patient that is partly awake, and it is considered to be something that can cause severe anxiety, and this is definitely true. But the thing is that we have seen in many of our patients with severe pulmonary disease that they are coming into a vicious circle of increasing needs for sedation, which causes a lot of side effects, and also by vigorous breathing and coughing, they destroy their own lungs and cause pneumothorax, pneumomediastinum, and also pulmonary fibrosis. Self-inflicted lung injury is the term often used for that. And to get out of this vicious circle, we have realized that if we give them just a small dose of muscle relaxation, so they can still move their hands slightly, they accept it very well, and by removing the very strong sensory input from chest movements, they actually need less sedation, and we lower their stress levels. And this has sometimes been the difference between death and survival of patients. It cannot be generally recommended, but it actually works. So a bigger question is, what should be the neurophysiological sedation target? And this is maybe not very problematic in short term if you treat someone with intensive care for just a few days. But actually sometimes care will go on for weeks and even months. And then you have to think about, are these drugs good for the brain? And is it possible to avoid drugs? And of course, the question is, what is the worst? Is it the drugs or the stress being the indication for the drug? There is no definitive answer about this. And I'm sure that there are other people in the audience who have more information about how this should be handled. And also we heard yesterday when we discussed neonatal care that, for example, skin-to-skin treatment is something that could be an alternative to sedative drugs. And I would also say that in adult patients, it is very important with the comfort given by a nurse that is present bedside all the time, and that is what we always provide to our patients. And that could reduce the need for sedative drugs, and in the same time avoiding stress and possibly reducing the risk for delirium, abuse, long-term anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorders, and reductions in cognitive function. Problems like this are quite often described after intensive care, but it is of course very unclear if it is the treatment or the underlying disease that is the main cause. A special question is of course also when these sedative drugs are given in developing brains where the potential for doing harm is probably bigger. I'll move over to a slightly more theoretical perspective about consciousness. So what is consciousness? Is it a static state of the brain? Is it a dynamic process in the brain? Or is it information processing itself? Is it even brain dependent? I don't have answers of these questions, of course, but it's very difficult to think about a static state being conscious. So probably the first alternative should go away. And what is the brain? Is it a secretory gland releasing transmitter substances, as it is often described in the newspapers, where dopamine is considered a substance that causes happiness and reward? I find that very different from my own view about the brain. And I think that the second alternative is a better description of the brain, a creator of complex synaptic activity patterns. But then again, we have the description from a more technical perspective, that the brain is an information processing device. And all these alternatives have some element of truth in them. My own interest in consciousness actually started with a kick in the head when I was a medical student. And I was goalkeeper in our team, and then there was a forward from the opposing team running towards me, and all of a sudden I was lying down and felt pain in my head. And this was in the mid of the 80s. And to describe a little bit more in detail what happened, this is a diagram where we have a time course of 30 seconds on the x-axis and consciousness on the y-axis. And I started with full consciousness, and then I got the kick in my head here. And then I never went fully unconscious. But I had a I have a strong memory of what happened. And the first thing is that my visual system seemed to started to function less well. So I had a blurred vision. And then a few seconds later, I went into a state where also sounds were distorted. And then, without fully losing consciousness, I started to recover, and then recovery was in the opposite direction. So first sounds normalized, and then gradually vision normalized, and I went back to the previous state, and the match continued. So, and I thought about this afterwards, and of course, as I see it, vision is the most complex sensory part of our sensory system, where the biggest amount of information is handled. So it seemed reasonable in a way that it is the most sensitive system for disturbances. And the second most complex is sound. So these were the two systems that were affected. And then there are other systems like somatosensory or tactile systems and pain systems that are probably more primitive and less easy to disturb, with less complexity and less information handling needed. Another example of a similar phenomenon is tunnel vision, which in my mind is an example of how the brain tries to handle lack of information processing capacity. So when the brain is not able to handle the full spectrum of information from the entire visual field, it concentrates on the central parts of the visual field. And this is needed since consciousness needs real-time processing of sensory input. You cannot create a queue of information, then it will not work. And this is, it's also interesting that similar experiences are seen with fighter pilots when they go into very, very narrow bends. Despite having a G-suit, they sometimes lose, they have blackout and lose their vision for a few seconds. And this is considered as acceptable if they don't lose consciousness fully, which is quite extreme. And I thought on for a few years about this, and then actually I constructed a small mathematical model myself based on a simple diagram with a few neuronal generations and measures of redundancy and thresholds for how these neurons interacted. And if we look on an increasing complexity in a small nervous system like this, I tried to publish this model, but it was unfortunately not successful. But I'll tell you a little bit closer what I found. And if we look at the diagram here where we have some inhibitory influence on the x-axis and consciousness on the y-axis, then we see that with a widespread general inhibition, like with a hypotension or with a GABAergic drug, then you will at some point decrease your consciousness and go into an unconscious state. But what was clear in the model, which was a probabilistic model based on the binomial theorem, was that the more complex I made the model, the steeper the fall in consciousness with an increasing inhibition. And I think this is interesting in the sense that sometimes as an anesthesiologist, I get an impression of that, at least with some drugs and some states of anesthesia, that it's an all or none phenomena, that you go within just a few seconds from being awake to being fully unconscious, or the opposite. When you wake someone up, you can try to wake them up and nothing happens, and then just within a second they are almost fully awake. And this is my association with this model I constructed, and it's been lying in my computer for a long time without being used, but I still find it interesting. So breakdown of information processing is more sudden in a complex system. So I have some general thoughts about consciousness that I just present as a list, and this can of course be debated. So the first is that the ascending activating systems in the brainstem, they are prerequisites for consciousness, but they are not consciousness themselves. Consciousness itself is located in the interaction between thalamus and cortex, as many previous speakers have pointed out. Thalamus delivers packages of information to the cortex, and these packages that are delivered in a type of rhythm means that the cortical processing is discrete. It is not continuous. It also seems clinically that the cerebellum, despite having the largest number of neurons and synapses, is not important for consciousness, and that is pointed out by Giulio Tononi with the IIT theory, but it's also a clinical truth, I would say. Consciousness is not explained by any specific transmitter substance, neither is it explained by any specific localized neuronal circuit. Probably most people also agree that consciousness is an emergent property of the complexity in the nervous system, meaning that you cannot say that a single neuron or synapse has consciousness. And this is similar to wetness and water molecules, that you cannot speak of wetness with a single water molecule. You need to have many water molecules to create wetness. But this is theoretically an interesting feature of a complex system that is partly problematic if you have a very reductionistic scientific approach to analyzing a complex system. It seems that recurrent feedback circuits are important in consciousness. Also, that integrated activity in many cortical areas are important. Also, EEG signal complexity or entropy is related to consciousness. In general, the explanatory power of a theory depends on preemptive knowledge. And I am myself also very much enthusiastic about Changeu's theory, the global neuronal workspace, and I think it's a fantastic thing to have met you and talked a few words with you. But actually, I think that the explanatory power of theories becomes stronger if you can combine different perspectives. And this is what I think you get if you combine global neuronal workspace theory with the IIT theory of Giulio Tononi. And these two theories are not mutually exclusive. So, finally, my conclusions. And I think I'm ahead of time, or no, not really. I think that understanding consciousness is the ultimate challenge in biology. It is not actually necessary to understand what consciousness really is for practicing clinical pragmatic medicine. In my mind, unconsciousness is best described as a breakdown of cortical information handling capacity. Consciousness may not, in theory, be fully dependent on the brain. But no current human-made device can match the complexity and integration of the brain. But the future is unknown. Thank you.
So thank you. So the final conclusion was about the future. That's good. If I have any specific questions to you, we can take them. And otherwise, it would be nice to bring up Olivia as well, and then we can have a discussion with the audience and you two together, trying to get this together. Because I think we have been very clearly shown that it is more complex than you think. Also in the simplified clinical world, right? Okay, any question? Yeah, Hugo.
I think very interesting talk. You say that you keep the patient, try to keep the patient awake. Does that mean that when they are not awake, they have no respiratory drive, and when you're awake, you have this cortical drive, which means that you are more conscious of breathing? I mean, during awake state, actually, the respiration is driven by free will, or isn't it?
When you use sedative drugs, like, for example, clonidine and dexmedetomidine, sedation is not an all or nothing phenomenon. So there are, of course, different states in between. And as you point out, it's important to retain the respiratory drive, and that can sometimes be done even with a sedated patient. So the will of breathing is not important. It is more that you have a normal breathing pattern that is important for opening up your lungs.
I mean, the respiratory drive, that's due to CO2, etc., hypoxia. But when you're awake, the cortical drive is more important.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, breathing is actually a kind of behavior.
And I have problems really answering your question, but our experience is that apart from the patients where you have risk of self-inflicted lung injury, they open up their lungs better the more awake they are and the more they can participate in the breathing movements.
Okay, anyone? Yes, okay.
Thank you for a very interesting talk. I understand the value of being awake, I think, so from clinical point of view. I don't understand so much the value of pain. How do you not cause unnecessary pain by keeping these patients awake? And how do you assess the pain or treat it?
I mean, of course, accepting pain in a patient is not acceptable. So we won't do that. And have experienced that many people outside the intensive care department, they simply assume that you need to have the patient deeply sedated. But our experience is that the treatment itself with a heart-lung machine, with an ECMO machine, is not painful, and pain can usually be handled with simple measures like moderate doses of opioids. And but from a humanitarian perspective, of course, it is never acceptable to have a patient in pain for a long time.
We have developed also the nociception coma scale, so for patients who cannot communicate, and it's based on visual, facial expression, visual output, and also motor output. And so it's from 0 to 9, and if you have a score of 4 or more, then we said that you may perceive pain, and in that case, then we suggest to give medication, pain medication.
So considering the hidden consciousness, I think it's like 30 years ago when there was, as far as I know, reported from Oxford, Mike Clowen and others. And so that's a rather long time, depending how you look at time, of course. I give lectures to neurointensivists, and I ask them if they are aware of this. And it's like 1 or 0 in a group of 50 people who have heard about this now. So what is the reason? Because I think this is a huge ethical problem. Why is this not known in these people who are actually caring for this and should be taking this into consideration? Do you know that?
So hidden consciousness, you mean?
Well, yeah. The problems that the clinical assessment does not find these parts of the brain.
Well, I think you had a good point that most of the time, if responsiveness is consciousness, if you see a response. So if someone squeezes the hand or do a response to a command, you know that the patient is conscious. In the event there's nothing, then we cannot infer that the absence of response is absence of consciousness. So that's where we have to work on. Now, I'm not in the ICU, so maybe you have a better idea of why it's not known, or maybe it is known, but people don't pay that much attention to it.
Which is worse?
That's why I think the point is also to make the point that consciousness is important, because some people, they may think, okay, it's conscious, and so what? And we also have seen in the ICU, indeed, that sometimes they call us when they want to stop the treatment. And so then to have pictures to show to the family, they want to have more investigation to, well, first confirm it, but also to make the point of, okay, we should stop the withdrawal of nutrition and water. So the aim can be different according to the clinics or the research or...
If I can add a few words, I would say that this is the most important reason for trying to keep the patient awake, because then you can simply ask the patient, are you in pain? Do you have anxiety? That is better than any other monitoring method. Problems is, of course, that we are aware of uncertainties when you have a sedated patient about what they really feel and what they experience. But these sedative drugs have side effects. So if you use them to exclude any possible negative experience, then you will actually kill patients.
I hope when you had your football injury that you were taken out of the game.
I think I made it clear that I didn't, but I know in retrospect that that was stupid. I also fully realized that it might backfire on my credibility as a speaker to describe this event, but it actually happened.
You did pretty well. But I have a comment. Assume that to minimize sedation in your small patients, that you also have to minimize the need for intubation?
Well, in my experience, it's quite variable with small children if they accept to have a tube in place or not. It is actually possible to run a heart-lung machine, ECMO, even without intubation. And we sometimes do that also in patients without any lung function at all, because then the tube doesn't make any difference. But as you know, there are also risks of aspiration that comes into play. So it's variable. But I would not say that intubation means that you need heavy sedation. Usually intubation is well tolerated after a few days, and then it's enough with a small dose of an opioid, in my experience.
Thank you.
I can actually, it's interesting, I haven't thought about that, but when I was, well, probably 25, 30 years ago, I actually woke up being in a respirator and having been there for 1 day. And the interesting experience was that I realized that no one else understood that I was awake, because I couldn't move, I couldn't talk, but I could hear someone talking to me in a nice way, and they were trying to brush my teeth. And the interesting thing was that you had this experience. You said, okay, this must be the situation I now am in. Obviously, I'm here. No one can understand that I'm awake. Is there anything I can do? And I felt pretty good. In some way, I probably relaxed. I don't remember if they put me back to sleep, but it was kind of a quite nice experience. You felt very safe, actually. So my question is, I'm pretty sure that this happens more, with that type of thing, where you are over anesthetized, but a little bit awake. I think that happens more often. And generally, if you're not fully sedated or relaxed, then you start to move things, and obviously someone realizes that this guy is not doing well. But the interesting thing is you can probably spend quite... Actually, the second time I woke up, the Estonia was coming in, so I was in the middle of the Estonia catastrophe in the intensive care unit, so it was an interesting experience. But that's nothing. Any other experience? Yes.
Hi, well, I have a question, but not an experience. With Olivia's talk, thank you for that really interesting talk. I'm thinking again about the patient in the New England Journal of Medicine paper where you had the binary dialogue using the fMRI tennis task, and then connecting that with your quality of life slide, which of course was for locked-in syndrome. So if we then go to the patients that are completely unresponsive, including eye movements, so possibly some cognitive motor dissociation, I know that particular patient in the paper didn't want to answer the question about do you want to die or not, and of course there's many possible reasons. Maybe it's such a heavy question, they don't want to decide something that will affect their care. But have you ever thought to try to just ask like a less heavy question, like, are you happy or are you not happy? You know, something like very simple like that to these patients.
No, we have not. So that's the only case where we could communicate with him using the fMRI. But now there's more work on EEG. So you can also do active tasks with the EEG, like squeezing the hands. So technically, yeah, you should be able to do that. But first, you always have to ask questions where you know the answer to make sure it's accurate. And then you have to, you can ask any kind of question. So that's something that should clearly be done. And we should also ask their experience, because you said you had a pleasant experience. So maybe sometimes people do have pleasant experience while we think it might not be the case. So
it's good to tell you now.
Yeah.
No one has thought about it. Okay, Hugo.
Yeah, I think it was quite interesting with this tunnel seeing, and seeing how Mark was supposed to come. He would report about patients after cardiac arrest, and they don't seem to have regular dreams, but they have this tunnel vision. and they have more pleasant idea about being very close to death. I wonder if you have any comments there. He has studied 5 patients with cardiac arrest, and most of them seem to be fairly satisfied. They thought it was not bad. It was fairly pleasant.
Yeah.
The ones that can tell you about it.
I also made the same association, actually, when I thought about tunnel vision and the description of these near-death experiences. And it might be a little boring to consider it as an information processing capacity question. But if you combine this information processing thing with well-known pleasant feelings induced by moderate hypoxia, then that is maybe the explanation for the near-death experiences. But I think we will have a talk about that later on, so we will probably get a deeper explanation.
Yeah, because hypoxia, it seems to, you can even induce orgasm with hypoxia. Isn't that true?
Yeah, I don't have any experiences.
Well, people who had traumatic brain injury can also report seeing the light or the tunnel, so it's not only specifically to people who had anoxia. And in our lab, now we are trying to understand better those near-death experiences. So in the emergency unit, where they have a déchocage room, so where they bring the people when they have cardiac arrest, for instance, we are recording everything, so video, audio, and then we have put unusual things in the room, like Lego or like towel, FL images. And we also have hidden some object in case they have an out-of-body experience, if they can report hidden object, because that's like some people have claims about that, but it has never been documented objectively. And so the idea is to have at least 200 patients. And then for the one who recover, we have interviews just when they wake up, and then 6 months and a year later. So we might, and then we record their brain activity. We look at all the biology, blood samples, and we are hoping to maybe answer some of the questions we are thinking of.
Okay, I think we're just on time, and you're now all hungry. So we'll just break for lunch, and we'll be back in exactly 1 hour. 13:45. Thank you very much. Ser du intressant?
Nu startar vi. Är det okej? So, welcome back. We are moving progressively more into clinical discussions. My name is Claes Frostell. We'll share this last part of this seminar. I was instructed to tell you that these discussions and the presentations are filmed and will be available afterwards. So you have to think twice before you say something controversial. Was it going to be recorded? First speaker here is Growing Old and Dying by Professor Johan Frostell at Karolinska Institutet here in Stockholm.
So, thank you very much for inviting me to talk here. I will try to make the subject not as gloomy as it may seem, actually. So I will bring some hope to the subject also. So, growing old and dying. And then I will focus on some different aspects of this, and some of them I think we don't hear so much about. For example, why we even grow old. And what does evolution say about this, the human evolution? Then I will come into a little bit more hands-on questions, which is what do we eventually die from? And then next question is, will we be able to prolong human life very much? This has been very much on top of the news, because many of the, is it okay now? Many of these famous billionaires, multi-billionaires, like Elon Musk and even the Swedish David, what's his name, Daniel Ek, they invest money now in trying to really prolong life. So I will come into that and see what could we say about that idea. And I will jump directly to the famous Charles Darwin, who really came up with a new idea, I think. I mean, I don't have time now to go into the very interesting field of his predecessors. But I think one could say that this is one of the few instances where we can even say that this, what he came up with is really new. There were some other people who were close, but and the funny thing is that when you look at it, it looks relatively, maybe not trivial, but it doesn't sound so complicated. So maybe it's also encouraging to know that sometimes the really new things are not so complicated. I have called this principle by which each slight variation, if useful, is preserved by the term natural selection. He came up with the idea in the 1840s, and then he had to rush because another guy, Wallace, published actually 1858 a paper together with, he contacted Darwin, and they realized that Charles Darwin realized that this man is on it, so he had to publish. So he rushed and wrote one of the most famous books in the history of literature, I think, The Origin of Species. Okay, so what is natural selection? It's three parts, I think. One can say. One is that there is a variation among individuals within a species, which is partially hereditary. And then one should remember that in those days, they didn't know anything about genetics. They knew there were hereditary traits, of course, but the genetics was a totally blind field. It was not until the 1930s that they, or I would say Mendel, of course, Gregor Mendel, but he was forgotten. He did in the 1860s, he started to describe it. And then there is a difference in survival and or reproduction. And I think sometimes it's overemphasized the survival aspect. I think reproduction is very much in focus also. And also that there is an external pressure that environmental factors make some variants survive and or reproduce more than others. So this was, of course, debated. I think sometimes this man maybe has been too much maligned. I think sometimes he was not as bad as it looks here, but he had this. He said this to Charles Darwin in some debate. How is it with you? Are you of ape descent on your mother's or father's side? So then, I think the inspiration came from three different fields, I think. One could say one is economics. As you know, in England, there is a great tradition in economics. I mean, Adam Smith. Here's Thomas Malthus, who has a quite gloomy view of human economics, which I think one could say that it could be said to be wrong, actually, at least so far. The idea is that population always grows and resources are scarce, and there will thus become a turning point when we get starvation, war, and so on. And then population goes down again, and then it starts up again. Next was from his elaborate field studies. One is his famous trips into South America. They noticed that finches, small birds, they look different on different islands when the island had different conditions. So he realized that something must have developed them to be more useful in the specific location. And then, of course, what peasant has known all the time, that you can breed domestic animals. And he was very much out in the fields also, Darwin, and talking with the different peasants and so on. And then one shouldn't forget this one, which is it is a part of the natural selection, but it's sometimes called Darwin's second theory, which is sexual selection. Basically that what the opposite sex thinks is attractive will get more spread, those genes. And sometimes it can be part of a sort of a runaway selection. Sometimes some people think the human brain is like that it's been some kind of runaway selection. It's so big, so 1% of babies get problems at birth, which I think no other animal has that conditions. Then Charles Darwin himself was totally, he couldn't stand the idea of this peacock's tail. How could that develop? I mean, it would be an easy prey for the foxes. And then we have examples of the enormous ornations of the animals. Okay, and then we go to some medical and other curiosity and history, which has a point in this context, because, as I will come back to that, but in the Bible it's very contradictory, actually. On the one hand, the antediluvian patriarchs, including Adam himself, they became extremely old. 700 to 900 years or more. Still, the Bible is very tough also. The King James Version says that the days of our years are 80 years and 10, that is 70 years. And if by reason of strength they be 80 years, 80 years, yet is their strength labor and sorrow, for it is soon cut off and will fly away. So Bible thinks both that some could become 800 years and some would do that. On the other hand, some other by 80 start to get their years start to run out. Also, I think, for example, here's an example of Yuval Harari, who one of these who really believe on prolonging life. He thinks that we can really be able to prolong life into several hundred years, which is the same as Elon Musk thinks. I have huge doubts, and I will try to make you understand why I think so. Then we have also Greek medicine, who of course had this idea of balance or imbalance between the four humors. Nowadays we have many more humors. I mean, but we still measure lots of lab tests and so on. But then we have the alchemists, who really tried to find ways to find the stone and prolong life dramatically. Again, like Elon Musk and his gang. And then there's some funny things which illustrates another aspect. Methuselah, he's the oldest one in the Bible, 969 years. But also he got also he was a descendant of Adam, so there was obviously heritability in this. But also he became daddy when he was 187 years, when he fathered Lamech. So, and he had lots of other sons and daughters. But this illustrates one point, that if aging was really genetic, wouldn't it be an advantage to just keep on living and getting more babies? Then in Norse mythology, illustrates what we all know, that this famous god, Thor, he always won every wrestling match, but not when he wrestled Ellie, which is the personification of old age. So he was wrestled down by old age also. Now we go to theories of aging. And first one, which would inspire Elon Musk, for example. This is from a famous biologist from the 1800s, mainly active. He thought of the group. Wouldn't it be beneficial for the human species if worn out individuals were dying off? So the idea is that it would be good for the group. The problem with that is that group selection, as we saw in the Darwin mechanisms, which is also supported by today's genetics. As far as one knows now, I mean, human evolution is very much based on selection on the individual level. there is a debate of this. Some think that group selection does play a role. For example, we know that human history has been brutal sometimes, when a whole group being extinguished and so on. But still, the major force seems to be individual selection. And then he developed a little bit more progressive ideas, I think. But then we come into the three ones which are interconnected, I think, which I think are the main aspects that are discussed today when you look at evolution and aging. And they are not non-mutually exclusive, and that is accumulation of mutations, and something that is called antagonistic pleiotropy, and then the disposable soma. So if we talk about mutations, as we know, we have all the time mutations occur. Some can be really deleterious. And then Peter Medawar, who's actually also a brilliant writer also, he got the Nobel Prize also. He's a very good essayist also. What he thinks is that as years go by after reaching reproduction, adverse events like mutations play less and less role. The force of natural selection decreases with age. So that means that random mutations tend to accumulate and also could be passed on to the next generation because they don't occur until after later in life. So he thought that that could be a basis for aging, which I think is partly true. It has been criticized also, but it can only explain some parts of aging. And some people think that why not absence of aging genes develop and so on. Also, sometimes it can maybe overstated with this nature red in tooth and claw. I mean that, in fact, humans live quite long and peacefully often, also in the prehistory. Next one is very interesting. It's called antagonistic pleiotropy, and it's close to I think Medawar's. The difference is that it's a little bit more active. Here the idea, one pioneer is George Williams. And the idea is that one gene can, not only as in Medawar, that they just occur in the mutation, but here we have genes that are really selected for in the young age. Even if they have, I mean, the genes can have different effects. It's not true that one gene has one effect. Genes can have pleiotropic effect. And if a gene increases the reproduction, it can spread even though it kills you later on in life, quickly, and makes people sick. So genes which are beneficial for reproduction earlier may become harmful later on. And there are some interesting examples. Some people even think that testosterone itself could be. I will come back to that. Eunuchs, they live actually longer than men who have their potential reproduction intact. Sickle cell anemia is a famous example, and so on. Neil Young has sung about this. The same thing that makes you live will kill you in the end. It's better to burn out than to fade away, he thinks. Then we have the disposable soma, which is also a little bit similar to these two other ones. This is maybe even more about economics. One pioneer was Kirkwood here. And the idea is a little bit that there is a balance between adult expectation of mortality and decreased protection. So if there is an enormous reproduction, then the economics would say that it's better to favor short life, which is intensive, than to invest in the body's survival. And that's what we can see in mice, for example, which die fast. So increases in the expected rate of reproduction should lead to decreases in somatic protection. It's a trade-off energy allocation. Then we have these very interesting, strange examples that there are some ways to prolong life. In mice and so on, you can do it by starvation. Half starvation, I mean, they live quite much longer. I think in humans it's been difficult to show. One reason is probably that it's not very nice or easy experiment to do. Probably there could be some, there's some good interesting studies on calorie restriction in short periods and so on. And there are even specific mechanisms described which could decrease inflammation, for example. And we have this example of the eunuchs who live longer actually than other men. But it's not very pleasant ways to so to say, prolong life. So it's also, if you go back to the rock stars here, I mean, the theories can differ to some extent, but they're complementary. Still, you can debate which is most important. Then we always have, I will not have time also to go into the very interesting topic of alcohol and wine today. But that could be for another day, I think. But there are some very interesting animals. For example, some kinds of sharks that live for 500 years. And then we have this strange animal, which is naked mole rat, which lives for like 10 years longer than normal mice. They live in small under the earth. I mean, deep down in furrows, and they live a little bit like insects. And what is interesting is that here really group selection is important because they function a little bit like the bee colonies with a bee, with drones and with a bee queen, which is invested enormously in. So here it could be that group selection plays a role, that it's been good for the group to develop also here, in this case, a long life. But I think it's not relevant for humans so much because selection in us is not likely to be very much on group. Then we have something very fascinating, which is that we still humans, we live quite long to be animals of this size that we have. And there is an interesting theory about the grandmother hypothesis, which is that it would be beneficial to have a menopause because then there could be more time to help taking care of children. And I would add that it can, I think that probably equally there is a grandfather theory. I mean, it is spread to the fathers too, but as you know, men can become fathers much longer. So, and the interesting thing is if this is the case, which is quite possible, then it's not because it was good for the group, but it was because it was good for grandmother's genes. But this shows that probably we have quite some protection also quite high up in age. This is just from the cynical and very smart, nice also, Henry Ford, who scanned junkyards to find out which components had outlasted the useful life, because then he could make them worse and more cheap. An argument against what I'm saying, couldn't this unusual disease be an argument that there is genes for aging? We have the Hutchinson-Gilford-Progeria syndrome, which causes quite many aging-like features early on. But one could say that in this case, actually, that's not at all symptoms of aging. Some don't. They don't have arthrosis at all, for example. So I think this is not a strong argument against this, what I'm saying. Now I'll move into more optimistic or doable things, which is about why we actually, because what I'm saying is that I think it's not so likely that we can prolong life very much, but we can do quite much still. And that is by curing the diseases that we actually die from. One is, of course, cardiovascular disease, mainly caused by atherosclerosis. It's still the biggest cause of death. We have, of course, cancer, we have dementia. And one common feature here is chronic inflammation. In all these diseases, maybe especially in cardiovascular disease, which I've been working on much of my research life. And we know about risk factors, established one, smoking, hypertension, dyslipidemia, and diabetes. We can treat all this with a beneficial effect. Then we have inflammation, which is a feature of atherosclerosis, and that was recently actually a very interesting study showing, I will come back to that, that anti-inflammation can really be beneficial. Then age is the most important risk factor. Male sex also, men die a little bit earlier than women, mainly by cardiovascular disease. Also an example of this antagonistic pleiotropy, that here's an example of a gene that has coronary artery disease as a side product later on in life, but seems to be a fitness advantage early on. Here's from one of my previous studies we did here, where you can really see that there's a really strong inflammation in the atherosclerotic plaques. There is a presence of immune cells like macrophages, monocytes, T cells of different kinds. There is accumulation of dead cells, and there is also accumulation of oxidized LDL. So LDL is, of course, one of the big, so to say, crooks in this story, and it's probably by oxidation it becomes bad guy. So somehow it's a clearance problem. Why can't we get rid of the dead cells, the oxidized LDL? Also, there was expression of inflammation, cytokines, interleukin-1 here. And that is interesting because recently there was a study published which used monoclonals against interleukin-1. And here there was a beneficial effect in a large group of humans with cardiovascular disease. It's still not enough to use it clinically, but it's very promising, I think. This one is very well known for those who work with rheumatology, which I do also, because it's a fantastic development of anti-TNF treatment, which has improved very much the inflammation. And then the plaques develop in the vessels, and they can rupture, they can get damaged. That's when we get stroke and heart infarction and so on. And the interesting thing is that even though this was came up in the 80s, I think, this inflammation, it was not new, actually. It was two famous gentlemen from the 1800s, Rokitansky, Virchow. They had come up with the inflammation hypothesis. They debated, was it primary? I mean, was it just developing, not caused by something else? Or was it secondary? And both were, of course, right, I think. But that fell into oblivion somehow. And we have focused very much on antibodies and also on phospholipids, which is, as you probably, many of you know, that it's a feature of different membranes. It's a feature of cells. Membranes is a feature of lipoprotein and the bad cholesterol, LDL, for example, also. And then one of them is on PS, where we have actually now developed a medicine which is tested now, annexin A5, against cardiovascular disease. But now much focus is on what is called PC, the phosphorylcholine. And that is fun because it's also present on pathogens, on different bacteria, parasites, and so on. And it's only when it sticks out, exposed, that we have antibodies against it. And we have then reported that, lots of papers, that there is an inverse relation. So if we have too low levels of these antibodies, we have an increased risk to get cardiovascular disease, atherosclerosis, but also some rheumatic diseases and all other chronic inflammation. And mouse experiments show that immunization protects. So that's one thing I'm working on now, is try to make a vaccine against atherosclerosis and against myocardial infarction. A mechanism, like you can see, it's anti-inflammatory, decreases uptake of the oxidized lipids, inhibits cell death, and also clears out dying dead cells. So that is, then I collaborated with Staffan Lindeberg, the late Staffan Lindeberg, who died some years ago, but he did some funny studies in the 90s when he went to New Guinea, Papua New Guinea, Trombian Islands here. And what is it? What is interesting is that the people here, it's not as many think that they have short lives. They have higher risk of death and dying during life, but most of them get old. And what they don't have is, they don't have cardiovascular disease. It's not known there, actually. They're there from infections and other things, but it's myocardial infarction was not known. They don't seem to have much of dementia, not even cancer so much known. They have a very favorable metabolic function. They have relatively low LDL. They have very good blood sugar and these kind of measurements. And they also have very high levels of these protective antibodies, which I, of course, think is interesting. So the idea is, could we vaccinate to raise the antibodies and get the more Stone Age-like body? We'll see. So one idea is that there is a mismatch between our evolution and some of the lifestyle factors we have now. So if we could maybe mimic, to some extent, the situation that we had before. So this is just to repeat what I'm saying, that there are these anti-PC antibodies. They are associated with several interesting anti-inflammatory and other properties. Could be used to improve protection, and what I hope is that we can be able to immunize, to raise them. Also, a funny thing, we talked about babies here. They're born without the antibodies, almost without it. So it's by exposure to the external world that they develop this. I will not go so much into this. This is something Hugo knows very much about, but it's small for gestational age, one of them, SGA, and normal. And both the groups have almost no antibodies, and the mothers have about the similar levels. And it's not until after 2 years they start to develop adult levels. Another antibody, which is not present on bacteria, is present when we're born. And then also brown bears, who are very interesting. They have fantastically high blood lipids. And during winters, you know, in Sweden especially, when they even sleep longer in Sweden, I mean, and in Nordic countries, they sleep for many months. They are uremic. They have non-functioning kidneys. And humans with these conditions have enormous risk of dying by cardiovascular disease. What they do, actually, they develop protective mechanisms. One is very, very high levels of anti-PC antibodies, which we did together with Peter Stenvik and other people. So it gives hope that we could manipulate and decrease the risk of cardiovascular disease. And it also applies to some other autoimmune diseases. I don't need to repeat this again. Lots of people have been involved in this research. And the other diseases, of course, so my message is that I think that we can really, maybe through these antibodies, but there could be many other, of course, examples. This is just our research. For example, in rheumatology, there is a fantastic success, I think, in treating chronic inflammation. And then just to finalize here by talking about the oldest human being known, which is Jean Calment. She became 122.5 years. And there's been some debate, is this really true? But it seems to be. Also, there are some other people who are almost as old, 100, I think maybe 117 is one, and maybe 119 even, I think now. She quit smoking at 117. She drank wine regularly until her death. She was fond of chocolate. She was very fond of olive oil. That is not to say that it's good to smoke. So I think that we will be able to and this, as you know, there's lots of promising development in cancer research, where maybe even cancer will mainly one day be even more and more a chronic disease which is handled, like rheumatic diseases now. So new prevention treatment of chronic inflammation. But I think for evolutionary reasons, I think there's not much hope that we can really prolong life in the sense of the Methuselah and the biblical patriarch. Or I think not much more than this, maybe a little bit more, but I think we should not expect that, I think. Thank you.
So, thank you, Johan. It's on an optimistic note that if we enjoy our consciousness, we might have it for a longer time. Is there a question for Professor Frostell, please? Or comment? Hugo?
What about the telomeres? Did you mention them?
Which one?
The telomeres.
No.
You don't believe in them? Or?
Yeah, but I think it's more marker. I don't think it's very causative, actually.
You don't think it's an idea to preserve them? I mean, because aging is related to cutting them.
We'll see. I mean, it's not cut in stone. I mean, this, but I think it's. I think the telomere. I think it's more like an indirect consequence of things, actually.
Thank you. So we shall move to the second presentation, the notion and value of consciousness in two ethical issues. Professor Göran Hermeren. Lund, please.
Thank you for the invitation. I will talk about the notion and value of consciousness in two ethical controversies, one close to the cradle, the other close to the grave. And this is the menu. I'll begin with some words about the notion of consciousness and the value of consciousness. Now, persons have moral status. Why is that? It's because they can feel pain, they have interest, they have self-awareness, and they have intentions. And you can see then that criteria of moral status involve or presuppose various aspects of consciousness, such as pain, interest, self-awareness, and intentions. And of course, different aspects of consciousness are relevant in different situations. So in some situations, some of these aspects are relevant, in others are relevant. The text in red is my attempt to connect ethical analysis with the main theme of this conference. So you will see in what follows that being aware of something can involve different kinds and degrees of cognitive processing. It can involve varying sense of the ethical importance of what one is aware of, as well as different ability to communicate this to others. All this will be illustrated in what follows. Now, this was what I was talking about before, yes. Now, there are many theories about the nature, location, and causes of consciousness, and no real agreement. And of course, if we don't make clear what we mean by consciousness, there is a danger of talking at cross purposes and that we will not be talking about the same thing. I will not go into this because there's a huge literature on physical, biological, and commutative theories of consciousness. I will only make the rather simple points that consciousness can be graded. It can be more, you can be more or less aware of something. It can be specified. You can be aware of this, but not of that. And it can be related to time. You can be aware of something yesterday and not be aware of it today, or the other way around. Now, as to the value of consciousness, Walter Glannon writes in his book, The Ethics of Consciousness, that the value or disvalue of consciousness depends on what it is like to be aware and what one is aware of. And of course, this has implications for many issues in medical ethics. For example, a physician-assisted end of life, when you delete the consciousness of a person. Now, there is a temptation in these discussions to rely on a formula like the golden rule or the utilitarian principles, maximize happiness or maximize interest satisfaction. But when you apply these formulas to concrete and specific ethical dilemmas, difficulties that you may think you could avoid will come back again. I will show that later on. And why is that? It's because people want different things and their situations differ. Think of applying the golden rule, treat others as you want them to treat you. Apply that to a sadomasochist, to a Nazi, to a terrorist, and you will see that there will be problems. So we cannot take for granted that all interests are ethically legitimate. Or to put it differently, if someone has a certain interest, that doesn't mean that we are obliged to satisfy that interest. It has to be ethically approved or discussed first. Now, there are two questions here. What specific values are at stake in a particular ethical controversy? The other question is, what kind of values are at stake? And many of you are familiar with the distinction between intrinsic and instrumental values. Final or intrinsic values refer to what's valuable for its own sake, health, for example. Instrumental values refer to what's valuable for the sake of something else, usually as a means to an end, money, for example. And of course, philosophers have written a lot about these distinctions, and I won't go into that. There are two situations I want to distinguish, which are familiar to all of you from healthcare. One is that the resources you have are enough to achieve only 3 out of 4 tasks or goals. So you have to make a choice and decide which of the ones do we carry out, and which do we forget about. So you do A, B, C, and forget about the 4th. The other situation is when you have goals that are incompatible. For example, in a conflict between the interests of the newborn and the family, you have to decide and choose one or the other, because you cannot have both. In both situations, I think the idea of a ranking order is interesting. You rank the values or the alternatives in order of importance. And the idea is that this ranking in a non-arbitrary way presupposes that the alternatives are comparable or commensurable. For example, in terms of the costs, the financial costs, or in terms of the health improvement that you achieve by going through, following up certain alternatives. Of course, some of these measures are easy to compute, are easy to figure out and measure. Financial costs, for example, even though it's sometimes unclear whose costs and what costs do you calculate. But others are more difficult to measure, like improvement in health. But that is, of course, a more important thing to consider. Now, what is the basis, the functions and the implications of a ranking order? I think the basis is earlier experiences, general views of man, life, and society. For example, what is more important, equality of opportunity or safety or security? The function is to guide decisions. So first you have the ranking order, then you make the decision in the light of the ranking order that you have decided. And of course it has the implications, the ranking order has implications in terms of how much you spend on this and how much you spend on that. And so where to begin and what to spend. Now, the first kind of case I will discuss is about intensive care resources and what intensive care resources should be used in the care of extremely prematurely born children when the prognosis is bad. Now, it's important to know something about the background and the general population here. And the recent study, there are many studies pointing in more or less the same direction, is the one that was published a few years ago by Ann Hellström. And the important thing is what I have taken down in red. We know that a great number of children born in week 22, 23 suffer from impaired functions. And you can see that there's a lot of impaired functions, severe complications that you have to be aware of that follows in this group. And also the last part of the quote in red, only 15 out of 383 born after average a week 23.5 weeks gestation and with a birth weight of 565 grams did not have a diagnosis and could be considered as to be developed normally. So the prospects are grim, but the difficulty of making a prognosis in the individual case remains. But we know a lot about the cohort, the group as a whole. Now, this is a case that is interesting, and we can think about it. A child born in week 23 plus 3 in the university hospital is moved to, in a country hospital, is moved to a university hospital, operated on 5 times, developing severe complications, including, as you can see in red, or you can see in black, rather grim things. And limitations were considered only late, and the child dies, and the parents call the university clinic and ask why was not limitations of care considered earlier. Why did the child have to live through this such a long time? So this is a case that I will comment on. So what are the stakeholders aware of in this particular situation? Well, what assumptions about aspects of awareness are relevant? Well, here is a list. A newborn child is able to feel pain and pleasure. The mother, the parents are aware of the information they have received and understand its implications for themselves. Doctors and nurses are aware of their own values and how they may influence the information they give. All this is relevant, but of course the evidence is somewhat shaky for some of these assumptions. We know more about the newborn child and its ability to feel pain than we know about some of the other points that I mentioned. Clear enough. Now, what values are at stake here? Health, life, quality of life, well-being, participation, fairness, efficiency, and a few others. So I cannot go through all of them. I'll concentrate on a few. Of course, if there are 13 definitions of health, we have 13 values and 13 goals. And there's a large literature on that, as you know. I will concentrate on life and the value of life, which I think is important to discuss in this particular context. Now, what kind of value is the value of life and how is it interpreted? Now, according to a strict version of the sanctity of life doctrine or interpretation, it's a final value. It's something that's worthwhile pursuing for its own sake, not as a means to something else. According to another interpretation, it's an instrumental value, and I take Lennon to argue that it is an instrumental value. It's not something that is valuable for its own sake. And the value and disvalue of life depends on what it's like to be alive now and in the future. Now, there are two important keywords here, consequences and conflicts. So the value of life, how is that ranked? The interpretation chosen in final value or instrumental value will have important consequences for how this value is ranked in relation to other values, such as the well-being of the child, the self-determination of others, but if, for instance, in conflicts with the interest of the mother and the family. Now, there are problems with both interpretations. If you take the value of life to be an instrumental value, then you will have to face a demarcation problem. Where do you draw the line? When do you abandon maximal intensive care resources and opt for limitations such as comfort care? For example, if there is a severe brain damage, but how severe brain damage? That's not easy to tell in advance. Difficult to find a general formula. And of course, if you interpret it as a final value, something that's valuable for its own sake, and if you take the sanctity of life interpretation to imply that you should act according to the slogan, everything for all children, always, then this interpretation may avoid the demarcation problem. But of course, it may create unnecessary suffering for the child and clashes with the interest of the mother and the family. So either way, there is a problem, and you have to choose which one you want to live with and deal with. I think there's no excuse, no way to avoid. If you want to make a serious ethical analysis, you have to look at the stakeholders, and who are they? In the left column, I have listed a few: the child, the patient, the mother, the family, siblings, other intensive care or neonatal intensive care patients, the physician, the healthcare staff, and the parliament and government. And you also have to think about the alternatives. That's the more difficult part. Maximal use of intensive care resources, limitations of care, harmonize the practice of clinics, and so on. And the important message is the 4 words, always more than 2. There are always more than 2 stakeholders, always more than 2 alternatives. And you must think closely about that. And if you see to the right in this column, vary the time for any of these. Then if you think of limitations of care, today, tomorrow, or in a week's time, there are 3 different alternatives with different consequences. So there are always more than 2 alternatives, so you have to think about who suffers and who benefits if you choose this, that, or the other. Now, of course, there are many obstacles on the road, and not just lack of money. There are attitudes, cultural clashes, regulations, known unknowns, unknown unknowns, lack of staff, lack of equipment. And the important point is that different types of obstacles will have to be dealt with in different ways. There's not just one solution, more money to all these problems. Some of them have to be dealt with in different ways. And the hard question, of course, against the background that there is a difficulty in making a reliable prognosis in the individual case, is who decides? What in particular is the role of the family? As a physician, you want to involve them. You should listen to them. You should take into account what they say, but they should not make the decision. You should not let them make the decision. And that's a difficult line to draw in practice. So the hard question is, who decides against this background? And the context is important. No general formula applies to all cases. For example, as you see in the last bullet point, what about the age of the mother? Is she 20 or is she 40? Has she tried IVF for many times without success? Does she have other children? Do these other children have or don't they have functional handicaps? And is she willing or able to take on the burden of responsibility of one more child, even if it suffers from some of these things that prematurely born children suffer from? So there's no one single formula that makes the decision simple. And that's why the procedure becomes important, boys and girls. The procedure becomes very important. And the procedure could be like this. Begin with easy issues like identifying the stakeholders. Then follows the more difficult one that requires knowledge and creative thinking. Identify the alternatives. The stakeholders have to be heard and listened to, and they have to receive information on what is important to them, not what the physician thinks is important only. They have to receive more info if they want. They need to have time to consider, to discuss, and then come back for more issues. And the procedure, in this way or some similar way or some other way, is important. In particular, if you share my view that ethical principles are inventions in order to facilitate cooperation, to facilitate living together, not discoveries. And the argument is simple. If you look at the human tissue in a microscope, you don't see human rights. You don't see human dignity. It's something that we have invented, and it works for good reasons for the time being. And we use it in order to facilitate cooperation and facilitate agreements that we can live with. And when the situations change, we will make other agreements and make other changes. Now, the second case is about a research proposal and a controversial decision closer to the grave. And it's about the effects of early cooling treatments to patients with cardiac arrest. And the idea is to find out the effects of this cooling treatment. And this treatment is provided by the ambulance staff via the nose of the patient. And one wants to find out, the researchers want to find out if this improves survival and prevents brain damage and a few other good things. Now, why is this a controversial decision, and what do I refer to? I refer to a case in Sweden where the Board of Appeal gave green light for this study in spite of the fact that many argued that it was against the law. So there's a conflict between ethics and law in this particular case, which is interesting to think about. Now, of course, what about the assumptions of aspects of awareness in this case? The research subjects suffering from cardiac arrest are not, we cannot contact them. We cannot get informed consent. Family or next of kin, the same thing. We cannot contact them. We don't know where they are at the time. And of course, every minute counts, as you know. The ambulance staff, of course, are aware of the cooling treatment being carried out in the context of research. What are the values at stake in this particular case? New knowledge, informed consent, compliance with well-established regulations and principles, legal certainty, being able to predict the outcome of court cases, trust in the regulatory authorities and in the research community is also important. Now, new knowledge and the value of research is a complex concept, and in this type of clinical research, there are many parameters relevant to consider. The severity of the disease, how widespread it is, whether effective treatment is available, the aims of the research project, the likelihood that they will be achieved, the competence of the research staff and the availability of the necessary equipment and personnel, the novelty or originality of the approach. And of course, all these can be graded more or less. You can make a nice staple diagram of how the situation is in this particular case. But of course, to weigh or balance the value of research and protection of research subject is a challenge dealt with in the Declaration of Helsinki, Provision 8. And the candidates for top value in this particular case is, on the one hand, the value of the research, provided that the risk of harm to research subject is minimal, and on the other hand, protection of research subject as required by current Swedish law, paragraph 22. Etikprövningslagen. And the two ranking orders I will consider or discuss here is one that you put protection of research subjects on the top, and the other is when you put the potential value of the research on top. And there are problems with both ranking orders. And if next of kin has to be consulted before the intervention, as the law requires, this research will not be possible to carry out. If the potential value of the research is the top value, the law must be changed or interpreted in a different way, which is a long, complicated and cumbersome project, because the government has to make a proposal to Parliament, the Parliament has to decide, and this takes a long time. And violating the law will, of course, negatively affect trust in the regulatory authorities and the research community. Now, the regulatory aspects in this particular case are very clear about that the next of kin must be consulted. Samråd is the Swedish term that's used in the law, must take place with the next of kin in this kind of research. On the other hand, it has been argued that in the EU regulations about clinical drug trials, they open up for this kind of intervention in drug trials. So you have two different regulations pulling in somewhat different directions. This suggests that we should make a comparison between the intervention in one case and the intervention in the other case. So what similarities and differences are there between the intervention in drug trials and in the proposed research project? So there are two questions then we will have to think about. What similarities and differences are there? And which of them are ethically relevant? I mean, there could be differences which are not ethically relevant, but which the interesting ones are those that are ethically relevant. And of course, then you consider harm and benefits as a first step. And harm in the various dimensions, severe or not severe, likely or unlikely, for many, for few. And similar matrix can be written or done for benefits, significant or not significant, likely or unlikely for many or for few. Now, according to previous studies, very few complications have been found in the wake of this, using this cooling treatment, a bleeding nose in some cases, that's all. So I think you can argue that as to the difference in potential harm, there is not much difference. And of course, there is a general principle, if there's no ethically relevant differences between two cases, then you should treat both in the same way, allow both or forbid both. So if there are no ethically relevant treatments, why not change the law then? But maybe we should slow down, because there are the protective measures available via the Swedish Medical Products Agency. How important are they, and what relevance do they have in this particular case? This may be discussed. But if there is a conflict between law and ethics, what should be changed? Well, if law is codified ethics, I think it's clear that the law should be changed. And my view in this particular case is that the law should be changed to allow for this kind of research. And I think the overriding question in general here is that we should think about what kind of society do we want our children and grandchildren and their children and grandchildren to live up in or to grow up in, and a society that looks in this way or the other way. And of course the challenge is that many things interact here: work policy, traffic policy, healthcare prevention, and financial policy, immigration, migration, and many other things. But you need a holistic approach of the society, what it looks like. And this is the kind of society you would want to leave to your children and grandchildren. So, thank you very much. I tried to be brief because I know that if you have any questions, I'll try to answer.
Yes, go.
I think actually the fact that we have a conscience is what makes us discuss these things. And I was thinking, we had the lecture on the joy of being conscious, but sometimes it's actually not the joy to have a consciousness, because we have to take care of all these important questions. It's actually interesting because a few weeks ago, Morten Rosenqvist contacted me. I just made some advertisement that we support people who want to organize think tanks about interesting problems. And I'm pretty sure he has been discussing this with you because he's involved in the studies that you were describing. And so we will be supporting some nice people getting together and discussing these things, specifically about what can you do in critically ill people without having consent from the next of kin, etc.
Thank you. I'm very, very glad for your comment. And I think the reason is simple. I think that medicine, healthcare, is a value-imbued or value-invested activity. What you want to achieve is health, quality of life, and a few other good things. And then you need to integrate the technical methods with these values and see to it that you get what you want. And you cannot just focus on the technicalities. You cannot just focus on the financial cost. You need to be careful with healthcare economics.
Before allowing the next question, I just want to focus everyone on the fact that Sweden in Europe made a unique interpretation of the EU directive from 2001 that meant that other countries continued to allow for studies, drug studies in unconscious people. But the pandemia catastrophe showed that Sweden gladly imported research data from other countries without being able to generate one single number itself. And how do you comment the ethics dilemma of us adopting knowledge that is generated in a way that we determine is illegal in Sweden?
I was thinking of a few other cases similar and even more difficult. knowledge acquired by the nasty concentration doctors in concentration camps. If this knowledge is valuable, if this knowledge is useful, how should we deal with it? Should we pretend that it doesn't exist? We can't, because it does exist. I think the way to do it is to acknowledge the way in which it was achieved, and because otherwise the victims would have died in vain. And I think that can be applied also more generally.
Please, there was a question.
Annika Jönsson, I work for Acta Pediatrica also. I just wanted to, in relation to your first case, which is a classic problem for us, which children should we try to save? This golden rule attempt was made by, I think it's Trond Markestad, wasn't it, Hugo, who published a brief report in Acta Pediatrica a year ago, in 2023, where they asked Norwegian physicists, what would you do, pediatricians, if it were your child? And they save 97% of children or something, I don't remember the figures, born in week 24. If it were their own child, only a third would go for it. So it was really a way of trying to find data behind the golden rule. What would you do if it was your own child? So there was a really nice brief report a year back.
I'm aware of this, and I know that Hugo and I have discussed this on a previous occasion. And I think the golden rule in this case is useful as a reminder of reciprocity. Think of the situation in which the others are. But it's not very useful as a decision criterion. Why? Because they, the doctors that you refer to, are in a very different situation from the patients. And that's why you cannot apply the golden rule in a sort of automatic way. You will have to think in terms of the stakeholders and the various interests at stake. And then in each individual case, make sure what you think is most important. And of course, then again, coming back to the process, then the process becomes very important, so that ideally you have the parents, the healthcare staff, everybody agreeing this is a decision that we can live with for the time being, given the facts in the special case, because each case is very different from each other, and you have to, I mean, young doctors in their early 30s, they are in a different situation than the mother of this particular child that I was discussing. And of course, as you can understand, if you remember the long list of severe complications that she had, I mean, you can understand why they called the university clinic later on and asked why was not limitations of care considered or carried out earlier.
Thank you. I'm also thinking about your first case, which is part of my life. And sometimes it is much easier not to start than to stop.
Yes.
But of course, that makes it less possible to engage the family and the various caregivers.
I agree completely, and that the implication is you should think twice before you start. Because if you have started, it's more difficult to finish.
Yes. But that makes it harder to
Yes.
get the various participants, like family and so forth, involved.
When I started with medical ethics in Lund, the chief physician of the hospital was a neonatal intensive care doctor. And of course, he was aware of all these problems, when to start, when to begin this, that, or the other. And we had very close cooperation for several years. And I agree that these problems are very difficult, but they will not go away. We cannot sweep them under the carpet. And there has to be a way of dealing with them in a way that the people concerned, the stakeholders, can live with for the time being. Then new methods are found, and the situation may be changed. But the race to 21st week should be avoided. That's my simple view.
Thank you very much for this very lucid and interesting presentation. I think we met about decades ago at ethical committees. You were in some ethical committee in Sweden, and I was in France. And to answer the question, what kind of society do we want?
Yes.
Who is we? You know, and who is going to make some kind of general statements in the balance of ethical choice. Because in Sweden, for instance, one may have some kind of tradition. In, I would say, in Ukraine, another one. In Africa, another one. And there are cultural differences which are extremely powerful in all these ethical choices. So are you just trying to avoid ethical differences and just look immediately to, as you said on stage, everybody the same treatment? Or are you going to take into consideration these cultural differences? Even if there is some kind of universal ethics, but of course with all the nuances that cultural impregation is playing. So how do you view that? What kind of society do we want?
It's a very good point and a difficult one. And of course, we have a globalization process, and the doctor is not only a physician, he or she is also a teacher. He has a pedagogic function, or important pedagogic function. And of course, I mentioned in the list of obstacles on the road, cultural clashes. You have people coming from different cultures, they are to live together, and how do we manage? There's no way otherwise than following a procedure, trying to get them on board. And of course, if you come to a country like Sweden or France, French law or Swedish law has to be followed, but it can be interpreted and practiced in different ways, and we have to have a dialogue rather than confrontation.
So my question was for this kind of regulation, ethical committee or national ethical committee have been created in different European countries and even in the United States and China or some other places. Do you think they have to play a role in all this kind of decision or not?
I mean, it's difficult to be optimistic, but my experience, limited as it is, also from international committees, is that in the beginning you start very far away from each other. You discuss the problems, you share experience, you come closer and closer. You do not always agree, but you come closer and get some understanding of the other points of view. Sometimes you can agree. And in the case of stem cell research, things were changed during a rather brief period. From the beginning, there was very strong differences between what the national councils or committees in different countries proposed and were willing to accept. Now the situation is changed. All this of the moral status of the human embryo that was such an important bone of contention for a long time is now not an issue anymore, at least not in the way it was. And that is because there was the dialogue and discussion between also within the national committees and between the national committees. Council of Europe and the European Group on Ethics did a lot of work to promote the discussion. And I think that's the way to go. It's slow, sometimes takes time, but you must allow for that.
Hugo, you will get the last word, because I think coffee time is...
No, I think I want to mention about the emergence of consciousness. And yesterday, several talks, we discussed that the baby cannot be conscious before 23, 24 weeks because there are no connections between thalamus and cortex, so they cannot be aware of themselves and the environment. So I think that's a very important milestone, and also a milestone with regard to the limit of abortion. So what I think is that before 22 to 23 weeks, you cannot, you are not, you do not need to treat the patient as an older patient, because this infant or fetus, offspring, is not one of us, it's not a person yet. And then after 24, 25 weeks, then consciousness develop, and then you should treat the baby as any child.
I think this is an important point, and it has the implications, as you say, for what the alternatives are. And of course, one of the alternatives that open up at that particular moment is comfort care, skin against skin, provide liquid, make sure that the child is not cold, keep it warm, and a few other things.
Okay.
You do not need to start intensive care treatment unless there are good reasons for thinking it will be successful. But in this particular case, the situation is different.
Thank you all, and thank you for the lively discussion. We will continue after coffee. We will be back in, what is it? 5 minutes after 3. So, welcome back for the last part of this seminar. We are a bit late, but that doesn't matter. We have plenty of time. We're now going to have a panel with 4 discussants. Each will present for about 5 minutes and take a few, 1 or 2 questions, and then they will sit here and be at the mercy of all of us. First, discussant Helena Almén, please.
Thank you for inviting me. My name is Helena Almén. I am a specialist in anesthesia and intensive care. A few years ago, I was a donor responsible doctor for the healthcare region Mid-Sweden. Now, I'm a medical officer at the National Board of Health and Welfare. I'm here to present to you the perspective of the National Board of Health and Welfare on determination of death by neurological criteria, more commonly called brain death. So, this is who it's all about. It's about a patient, a human being, who is about to lose the last of his or her autonomy, the right to be perceived and defined as a living person. The determination of death by neurological criteria marks and defines the entry of death, as the law calls it, in a patient with a warm body, a beating heart, and a chest that rises with the aid of a ventilator. But the body temperature, the salt and fluid balance, the blood pressure are maintained through intensive care. Death by neurological criteria can be diagnosed when a person has sustained a catastrophic brain injury that leads to a complete and irreversible loss of all brain functions. This might, for example, be due to cardiac arrest with a period of brain hypoxia. It might be a brain hemorrhage or a traumatic brain injury. These events might lead to a swelling of the brain that results in a high intracranial pressure. Blood flow to the brain is more and more obstructed, leading to a downward herniation of the brain, and finally, irreversible loss of function in the brain and brainstem. Last year, 3,411 patients died in a Swedish intensive care unit. Less than 1%, 0.8%, were declared dead by neurological criteria. In average, that means 3 cases per ICU. But in larger ICUs and in neurointensive care, this is more frequent, which means that in perhaps small country hospitals, this might be a very rare occasion. And this makes it difficult to get familiar with the process and makes it harder to build expertise. An experienced ICU doctor once told me, "You must realize that there are pitfalls even senior ICU physicians look for a reason to bail out. They are insecure and feel uncomfortable. So I'm going to present to you the documents that play a role in the determination of death by neurological criteria in Sweden. Paperwork. This is what you are most familiar with. The first document is the most well-known for physicians. It's the protocol for determination of death by neurological criteria. In 2021 and 2022, I was the project leader at the board in a project we led with a mission to update the protocol, together with a legal advisor from the board and together with a national expert group. We were 25 physicians, neurologists, neurosurgeons, ICU physicians, radiologists, and pediatricians. The aim of the protocol is to be an aid for the physician before and during the exam. It is not a legal document, in fact. It's meant to be a part of the patient's journal. The aim is to support legal security by making it easier to follow the Regulation 2005/10 on death by neurological criteria. It also tries to provide enough information to avoid pitfalls during the exam, such as conditions that can mimic a coma. For example, hypothermia, intoxication, sedative agents, and help the clinician to pay attention to conditions that can make it difficult to perform and interpret the results from the apnoic testing, such as a chronic state of elevated carbon dioxide. Then what was the reason for this revision? Well, it was the profession, the clinicians. Through the years, physicians have written to the legal department at the board with questions and feedback on the protocol, and feedback on the existing regulation on death by neurological criteria. Some instructions were unclear or impractical. The National Board of Health and Welfare had ordered 2 reports from the Swedish Agency for Health Technology Assessment and Assessment of Social Services, one regarding apnoic testing in determination of death by neurological criteria, because the apnoic testing was perceived as difficult and risky, especially in pediatric patients. And the conclusion from that report was that there was a need for more information to physicians on how to prepare for the apnoic testing. The second report was on nuclear medicine methods, on investigating cerebral blood flow. And the reason behind this was that a declining number of physicians are trained to perform cerebral angiography in Sweden, and that there is access to less and less equipment. The equipment is aging and not being replaced. And there was a need to increase access to methods to determine permanent loss of blood flow to the brain. And the result of the report was that technetium scintigraphy is comparable in accuracy with angiography in order to detect permanent loss of cerebral blood flow. So there is a lot of work behind this simple paper with lots of, well, this checklist. It was many years' work in some small changes. The legal document behind the protocol is really the important thing, not the paper that you see here and are used to see. It was revised at the same time as the protocol, and every instruction in this protocol is in some way founded on the principles stated in the Regulation 2005/10. The regulation was revised in conjunction with the protocol and by the same expert group. So here are the regulations from the board on criteria for determination of human death with direct and indirect criteria, as we say. But how does the board create or revise a regulation? The board must always consult the law behind, and when one needs to know more about the intentions of the lawmaker, you go to the government bill. There you find the core of the law, why it was created, how the lawmaker reasoned, and how the lawmaker intended the law to be used. For me, as a clinician, this was completely new ground for me. It was completely unknown, but the legal experts really led that part of the project. And this was really interesting to learn about because behind those rather short-cut paragraphs, there is almost a whole book. And this is what I actually learned. This is 100 pages written by then Prime Minister Ingvar Carlsson and the Speaker of the Parliament, Gertrud Sigurdsen, and published in 1987. And this bill actually formulates and discusses the various reasons for introducing the concept of death by neurological criteria in Sweden. We had no law on death before. And, sorry, 10 minutes. And the main cause appears to be the principle that death should be determined as soon as it occurs. And it should be determined without the option for the clinician to choose the time of entry of death. So, as soon as you think that your patient is dead, you should determine death. And the lawmakers had another main cause. It was that development of ICU technology had turned entry of death into a process instead of a short, almost instant event. Organ donation is mentioned here in the bill, but it's not stated as a reason in itself, but as a possible consequence. And how does the bill describe this definition of death by neurological criteria? This is what you get to know and learn when you read those 100 pages. The lawmaker does not describe the brain as an organ with a specific anatomy and do not require proof of brain cell death, but focus instead on the functions of the brain as the foundation of human life. And the preparatory work reasons that a human being is dead when she has lost all ability to unite and coordinate the functions of the body into a functioning unit. This occurs when all functions in the cerebrum, cerebellum, and brainstem have completely and irrevocably lost their function. And that was everything about death and the law in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for this clear presentation. What about neurological criteria with regard to infants, newborns? Because intracranial pressure, for example, I mean, they're the fontanelles and the differences, and also maybe breathing should stop. There should be no breathing movements, but they can have that.
Yes. For the first time when this protocol was revised, pediatricians and pediatric neurologists were involved to express their view on whether this protocol could be used in infants. And actually, we managed to set an age limit, so 28 days corrected age. Above or under that age, children younger than that are, well, the protocol is not intended for them. The law and the regulation sets no age limit, but the protocol says it's not recommended for children younger than that.
You have to make another protocol.
It could be done. It's been done in a few countries in the world. I believe it's the UK. But those are global exceptions, I would say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will take more questions when we have the panel fully manned. Second contribution from Professor Ulrik Kihlbom, Stockholm.
So, thank you for the invitation. Hugo said that I could talk about whatever I wanted to talk about. But I will deviate somewhat from the theme of the conference, but I think it's somehow related. I will get back to that. So I am Professor of Medical Ethics at Karolinska Institutet, and I teach and do research in medical ethics. And yesterday I held an ethics workshop at the pediatric neurology department. And they, as you know, they treat and care for extremely preterm children. So it's, even though it was this really illustrative example or case there, but I didn't want to use it since it's ongoing. So I'm going to use another case. I'm going to focus on defensive medicine. And as you probably know, this kind of discussion, international discussion, increasingly on defensive medicine. And I'm going to focus on overtreatment and against patients' will in the end of life. But it might also be extremely preterm children that are cared for during a long time. But this example is from a recent example. It's Johanna Shiratsky. She wrote an opinion piece in Svenska Dagbladet in January this year about her father. And he was a terminal cancer patient that had declined life-sustaining treatments, and his will was documented in his medical record. Despite this, he visited 4 hospital wards, 9 hospital rooms, including his own and his own home during 12 days. During his last 8 weeks, he was cared for by 43 doctors, 70 nurses, 6 psychotherapists, 3 dietitians, and an unknown number of assistant nurses and staff in 11 ambulance transports. How can this come about? And one possible answer, and I think the concept of defensive medicine is fruitful here. So it has to do with structural causes. And some of these causes are more systemic and difficult for clinicians and at a clinical level to handle or address and act upon. But some are, I believe, possible to act upon. And defensive medicine is estimated to result in considerable harm, suffering, waste of personal resources and costs. And if anyone wants the references, I'm happy to provide those afterwards. And it's commonly defined as health professionals' deviation from sound medical practice motivated by self-protective motives. It might be protection from criticism from peers or patients relatives or legal liability. Defensive medicine might take a negative or a positive form. Sorry for being slow on the click machine. And negative defensive medicine is related to undertreatment and expressed through a decision not to treat patients or refer them because the physician perceives that the patient's condition or the indicated procedure to be too risky for self-protective considerations. While positive defensive medicine includes the performance of excessive and often unnecessary examinations, tests, and treatments, much more than medically indicated is done. And this behavior is sometimes termed assurance behavior. So I believe still that at least it might be perceived by clinicians that each decision can be justified. And it might, I mean, that might be a controversial issue, but still, you might argue that. But added together over time and for a given patient, these decisions, as in the case that I reported, might constitute a terrible sequence of events called the kind of tyranny of small decisions. And what is then missing and what is to be done about this? Well, I think first there is a professional responsibility to keep focus on the goals of care and avoid defensive medicine. And the goals of care to be, as Göran pointed out, informed by patients' values. And a last thing would be to increase the clinician training on to tolerate uncertainty and fear of regret. And I think the last point is really important, that the uncertainty of whether, for instance, a patient still agreed to a advanced directive, for instance, may cause a new decision to treat the patient against the earlier expressed will. But I think this is an important point. So I took it on my role to be a little more gloomy than others, but still, there you are. Thank you.
Comment? Question? So we take it later.
Oh.
Our third discussion will be Anna Lindblad, Stockholm. Please.
So, hello everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate today. You look a bit tired. Maybe you should stretch your arms into the air or something. We're going to talk about physician-assisted suicide and if it has anything to do with geriatric psychiatry. As you might guess, I am a psychiatrist and I'm specialized in geriatric psychiatry. And I'm also a researcher at Stockholm Center for Healthcare Ethics, so a colleague of Ulrich's as well. And during these 10 minutes, I'll say a few words about psychiatry at the end of life, and specifically geriatric psychiatry then. I'm going to talk about physician-assisted suicide in this specific context of geriatric psychiatry. And I'm going to say a few words about palliative psychiatry. So, geriatric psychiatry may be less known than general psychiatry. Geriatric psychiatry is psychiatry addressed towards patients who are 65 years or older, retirement age. Although not everyone is retired at 65, but there is often this kind of age limit at 65. And apart from suffering from mental illness or mental disorder, patients in geriatric psychiatry often have several other unmet needs, psychological needs, social needs, or physical needs that are not addressed or have not been addressed before they come to geriatric psychiatry. So as a healthcare professional in this context, you have to have a multidisciplinary approach, and you have to collaborate with other parts of healthcare and with society as a whole, with family and with other resources in the community. Geriatric psychiatry is a bit different than general psychiatry, in other terms, apart from age, because it is a kind of work where two very different perspectives meet and sometimes collide. In a geriatric or an old age care context, death is usually seen as a part of life. It's a natural event. If someone has an advanced age or a lot of physical comorbidities, it is okay to die. I think most clinicians think that there is a time when it is okay to die for the patient. But if you come from a mental health framework, you work differently. Within psychiatry, and I don't think this is only Sweden, I think this is more general than just Sweden, death is seen as something very, very unwanted. Death is not supposed to happen in psychiatry. It's definitely not supposed to happen due to suicide, but it's not supposed to happen at all. And in Sweden, we have a zero vision for suicide, which really dominates our work in psychiatry and makes it kind of panicky in some sense. We won't talk about that now. But the problem is that when you work in geriatric psychiatry, you have old patients. You have patients with physical comorbidities. And these patients sometimes express a wish to die. So you have to assess whether this wish to die is like a natural, rational wish to die, or if it is a symptom of mental illness. So we work a lot with death, I would say. There is a beautiful little research project or a paper from Australia, which I really recommend if you find this a bit interesting. Is Death Our Business? It's a qualitative study on geriatric psychiatrists in Australia on their view on this particular conflict. So I really recommend this one, although it's 8 years old by now, it's still relevant. And in this study, old age psychiatrists said a few important things which I think are relevant also for us here. Participants, that is the geriatric psychiatrists, saw themselves as a self-selecting group, different to their colleagues in general psychiatry because of their preparedness to work with patients at the end of life. And also a participant stated that as a discipline, old age psychiatry has a responsibility to develop a sense of ownership of the end of life, embracing the opportunity to make it our role. I would not say that we are there yet, but it's an interesting thought. My own clinical experience of death in geriatric psychiatry is that death appears in many different shapes. We meet death in the form of existential questions, with patients having a need to talk about their own life and their future. We meet it in the form of comorbidities, patients who receive diagnosis during their psychiatric treatment, cancer diagnosis or heart failures or strokes or other serious comorbidities, sometimes associated with non-treatment decisions. Of course, we meet death in the form of suicidal ideation. It is psychiatry, nevertheless. And every time there is a public debate on euthanasia, every time there is a case described in mass media, one or two patients will come to the treating physician and talk about this. I would say that is almost a rule. So why is physician-assisted suicide relevant to geriatric psychiatry? As you might know, it's not legal in Sweden with physician-assisted suicide or euthanasia. Well, I'd say the first reason would be that patients talk about it. And when patients talk about something, we have to listen and we have to respond. Also, there is a well-known support in the general public towards physician-assisted suicide. So you can count on that a lot of your patients are going to be in favor of this. And which is something that's not so common, but it does appear, is that some patients come to us not because they are mentally ill, but because they need medical reports or medical statements because they're planning to go to Switzerland and commit suicide with the help of Dignitas. Furthermore, of course, physician-assisted suicide is related to several core questions of psychiatry, such as autonomy, causative care, and if there is such a thing as rational suicide at all. Our patients belong to a vulnerable group in society, and I believe that this whole question opened up for a discussion whether there is a need of palliative psychiatry or not. When we talk about physician-assisted suicide in somatic medicine, a common argument is that, well, if we only had enough palliative care, no one would like to end their life by physician-assisted suicide. But in psychiatry, there is no palliative care. And although this is an ongoing discussion internationally, there is still no place in the world, as far as I know, where you can have palliative psychiatric care. So if we want to have a look at palliative psychiatric care, one could at least say a few words, and I'd say that it could be about having a look at the goals of care. In psychiatry, you're not allowed to die, and the care goals are very often very optimistic. If you look through the medical records of someone with a severe, persistent mental disorder, you should not be surprised if the care goal is remission, right? Although everyone knows that this patient will never be cured, the goal will be remission. That is not okay, as I see it at least. I think goals of care should be something that is at least potentially achievable. And goals of care should be concrete. You should have a chance to say we achieved the goal or we didn't achieve the goal. So that's actually my last picture, the crate there. That crate was the care goal of one of my patients, a 92-year-old man with a cognitive impairment, dementia. No, he didn't have dementia. He had depression and anxiety and suicidal thoughts. There was no way that I could cure him. He was far too ill and too old. But he wanted one thing. He wanted to go to his country house, and he wanted to go out in the garden and take care of the leaves with the help of a crate. So we formulated a care goal, which was, we will make this possible, right? So everything we did from that point was try to help him to come to his country house. Unfortunately, he died before it happened because this was in winter time. But the last months that we spent together as physician and patient, we knew what we were doing and why we were doing it. So when the question of physician-assisted suicide or suicide comes up in psychiatry, I think it's relevant to ask oneself, what kind of problem is it that the patient wants to solve? And is this the best solution, or are there other ways of achieving what the patient wants to achieve? Thank you.
Thank you. So I see the contours of you suggesting something of more like, if you allow it, a midwife function of helping somebody over to a next passage, or a traveler, and not maybe putting up irresponsible or impossible goals like never assisting patients at all. Is that what I hear?
I don't know what you hear. I'm not sure that is what I said. I'm suggesting that we need to listen to what patients actually say, and that this wish to die might be a wish for something else. It might be a wish to solve a particular problem. Yes. And before we agree whether this patient should be allowed to kill him or herself, we have to find out if there's something else we can do to help. That's what I'm trying to say, I think.
That's what I interpret as kind of traveling next, more closer to the patient than.
Yes. Well, then I agree. Then I agree.
Yep. I need to leave the party, so to say. Thank you.
Yep.
We'll come back to this.
So our last discussant, please, Nils Lyhne, and I guess you will introduce yourself.
Okay, I would like to continue a little what Anna has discussed about physician-assisted suicide in Sweden, and I'll try to make a future qualified guess about how it will be in Sweden. So we made a study about Swedish physicians' attitudes towards physician suicide, in 2007 and a new one in 2020, and compare these two groups. And in 2007, there were 35% who were pro physician-assisted suicide, and it had increased in 2020, the same type of specialties, to 47%. And I'll return to the discussion of how would it be in 2030. In the 2020 study, there were 55% of surgeons and psychiatrists, interestingly, who were for physician-assisted suicide. And a minority of geriatrics were also for physician-assisted suicide, and a very lesser proportion of palliative care physicians was for physician-assisted suicide. And that might be interesting also. But there was a difference here, because when we asked them also, what would you be prepared to prescribe drugs for use to conduct a physician-assisted suicide? Then it was reduced. There was differences between age groups, and as you see here, the younger ones, those less than 46 years, there were 37% who was prepared to prescribe such drugs. The middle group was even lesser. There was 30%, and the age group more than 61, there was 37%, like the younger. There was the group in between was more hesitating to this prescribing. We also examined their arguments. They were asked to make a priority between the arguments pro and cons to physician-assisted suicide, and many of those who were for this procedure was referring to the Swedish patient law and the patient's autonomy to make decision or participate in decision making. And I'll return a little, specify it a little more later. Against physician-assisted suicide, it was the most usual argument was slippery slope arguments. Apparently, it might look like it's something good, but the consequences might be very bad, something like that. And the Swedish patient law is interesting because I think it is Section 3 or something like that. which say that if two treatments have equal outcome, for instance, death or cured, then the patient should decide themselves whether or not which one of the two alternatives they want. But we don't know if this also concerns the end of life. That's the problem. But if it is drugs, treatment, then it's okay. But it would be very interesting to see whether or not this also is the rule in the end of life. Because if that is correct, then we could say that if a patient have the right to participate in decision-making in every situation and every course of the whole life, then you should have very strong argument to say we should accept. It was not me. Then we should have very strong argument for make an exception in the end of life. And that talks, I think that many of the comments was in that, of that kind of nature. Now let me guess, make a qualified guess in the future. There are 2 points also. In Sweden we have a rule of law that you say there are not, the risk of slippery slope is very low, I should say. I believe in the Swedish rule of law state principles. I'm from Denmark, so I know that the Swedish authorities are very confirmed in the society, and everybody believe in those. So I don't think there are any slippery slope here, a risk of slippery slope. But there is a very interesting aspect in the Swedish system, and that is that there is no conscientious objection for healthcare personnel. You have to make, if you're an obstetrician, you are supposed to make abortions. And it's also some of the comments from these who commented on the questionnaire about physician-assisted suicide. They were talking about this, as they say, if it is legalized, then I will abstain from my job as a doctor, because they know there are no conscientious objections. We are all thought supposed to be faithful servants in the Lord's vineyard. Then the guess, my final point, it was 13 years ago since we made the first study in this context, and you know it's almost 1% per year. It increased, and if we should guess for the future in 2030, we might expect 57%. And if the majority of the Swedish physicians are for physician-assisted suicide, I think that the Swedish Medical Association will change their point of view in this matter. And then it would be politically possible to make this possibility. And the most important, what we have been talking about here, over-treatment, the risk of over-treatment, particularly in the end of life, would maybe disappear. I think if patients are involved in decision-making in the end of life, I think that will be a kind of solution of this, because the overtreatment is the big issue in the end of life. Thank you.
Just a comment. You know, we have a physician colleague who assisted in the patient's suicide, having a severe neurological disease at the end of life. And he, after the fact, he reported himself to the police. And you can guess what happened. He was charged and he lost his license. He was retired at that point. So he wanted to make a statement that still, even if the circumstances could appear appealing, that he would have done the correct thing. He lost his license. So
yeah.
That's the legal situation at the moment. You would like to comment?
Yeah, there was no punishment. He was not accused of murder or something like that, but he lost his license from medical practice. I would say it was not tested against the patient law. I think that might be, I am not sure if he is going to appeal to the European Union's legal system, but there might be a help by the Swedish patient law, which is very correct here. But I was involved in the legal process also, because there was a question, what did the patient die from? Was it his mask? He has an OLS, what?
Yeah, so yeah. CPAP or something.
Yeah, and he took off himself his mask with oxygen, and he was provided with medicine from Zurich or from Switzerland, and it's unclear what did he die from. His taking off his mask himself, or was it the medicine? But the judges said it was the medicine, his intention. That was the way, and that is, it might be discussed. But it's an example that the Swedish rule of law system is, you can't do such things, even if it is allowed to help another person to die. That is okay. That's not prohibited. But if you're a doctor or a nurse or something like that, then you can lose your authorization.
So please, all discussants, you can come up and sit, and we'll take the discussion here now, please. Oh, 4 of you. And Göran, maybe you would like to join as well. We need a 5th chair. Här, stop. So, please invite comments and questions and to discuss. We ended here about end-of-life matters in terms of physician-assisted suicide. We might start there. Hugo.
I'm wondering, since this conference is about consciousness, but you haven't even mentioned it, I think how shall we treat, I mean, if a baby or extremely preterm infant is not conscious, and also in the end of life, if the patient is, even if it's not brain death, but unconscious and as we heard, they can't wake up and in vegetative state, how should we handle with these babies, with these patients?
Should I? Right, anyone? Yeah, I would say that it's interesting about the psychiatrist's role in this. The psychiatrist is those who are less resistant to physician-assisted suicide, and they are knowing what is going on in a person, not unconscious. which is still conscious, and what is this? The problem is for those who said, no, I'm not prepared to prescribe drugs, but principally I'm pro this procedure. But psychiatrists are able to assess people. Is it authentic? Is the wish of dying, preferring to die to continue living a bad life, then they are used. I think that Anna is the person who has, in palliative psychiatrist or something like that, have evaluated many of these patients. But I agree that when it comes to unconscious patients, it is a problem if there is not any forwarded what is a declaration, how would I like to have it in the end of life. And then that is a big problem within Sweden. There is no legal aspect of having right in advanced directory or something like that. And that is a big problem. When it concerns the children or the infants, or the extreme preterm infants, I think it's a big problem that we are continuing these big experiments, what it is sometimes. And I completely agree with Jörn that this is a big issue.
I can add a few more general comments in relation to what we heard. I think if there is a zero vision against suicide, it's not enough to have a zero vision. You must make resources available to prevent suicide. And it's one thing to talk about it, and another thing to make resources available. Also, I think the problem is not that in psychiatry there is no room for physician-assisted suicide. I think there's also a problem in that the best palliative care in the world cannot help you in certain situations. And if you have read Per Gessle's latest book, you can see descriptions of terrible endings of life that even the best palliative care would not help. And we must take that into account and open up a discussion. And finally, I think we need more discussion about the goals of healthcare, the goals of medicine in specific situations. They are not the same in palliative medicine, not the same in orthopedic care, not the same in neonatal intensive care. We need to have discussions about the goals in various branches instead of having a general discussion about the goals to restore health and improve health, which means different things in different areas of medicine. And that's a discussion that needs to be started, because if we know about the goals, we can consider the various means to achieve these goals and avoid having general formulas that apply all over the landscape, which they do not. One size doesn't fit all.
So again, a case from pediatric neurology then. And so if a child is surviving the first, if the child is extremely preterm born and the child survives, and then as a case I heard yesterday, so it might reach the age of 9-10 years, but during the last year the neurological impairment might get worse and worse, and also the consciousness might slowly disappear. And I think it's really important to keep that an eye on that, and also it's obviously ethically relevant. And because we have some problems when it historically is we care for this patient, and then it's hard to give up. But it's important to keep the goals of care and the values in clear vision.
It relates to what we discussed in the earlier session, the difference between starting and stopping something. If you should think twice before you begin, because it becomes more difficult to stop if you have begun once. And that's again where a discussion of the goals, what you want to achieve, what you want to avoid, enters into the picture.
There are actually quite new recommendations concerning. There are recommendations concerning how to treat or take care of fetuses when we have preterm birth. And now the chief doctors, the verksamhetschefer, have decided that at 23 weeks we should be fairly active but not perform cesarean section. And before 22 weeks, before we had a limit around 23 weeks, but now they say we should be fairly active also at 22 weeks. And we know, as Göran mentioned, 90% of these children become severely, get neurological impairment and also somatic diseases. But what I'm a little upset about is that this decision has been made by neonatologists and clinicians. They haven't even invited the academic professors, one or two from Umeå, but not other, and no neuropediatrician, and no politician, and no one from the ethical department. And this is, in England, for example, they had a NAFL bioethical report, and in that committee there were neonatologists, priests, clergymen, philosophers, nurses, and patients, representatives of patients. So I think in some way, when you make these very important recommendations, which will be probably followed also, I think ethicists and others should be involved.
Of course, the background is, as you all know, that there are differences between countries, differences between clinics in one country. In Sweden, there are differences between some of the clinics. If you compare the Netherlands and Sweden, there are also differences. And of course, we need to have a discussion where what we want to have and what we want to avoid, like Hugo suggested.
Yes, okay. I'm going to deviate a little bit, but I think it's interesting with the discussions we're having today because they bring up a lot of old thoughts that you have been thinking about many years ago, and it's part of your development into becoming a physician. And I suddenly remember reading Camus about suicide. And he's actually stating that what makes the human different from all other animals is that we commit suicide. And obviously consciousness is part of having that possibility to do. So the question is, of course, can you make which I think you can, I mean, you can make a decision about committing suicide from rational, it could be a rational decision, and you should definitely follow it. What I remember was a case in Uppsala when they brought in a guy who had tried to commit suicide, and he was rather clumsy, so he shot himself with a gun, with a, I guess, a shooting stick or something like that, in the belly. So he was saved through magnificent surgery. And then they realized that this guy had ALS. And because he had ALS, he couldn't hit himself in the head. That was as good as he could make it, so to say. And then there was, of course, a big decision about when do you make decisions about other people's decisions, etc. But I'm just wondering about the, first of all, well, that's probably more a question for the evolutionary people, but do we have any animals that commit suicide?
Do we have any animals that commit suicide? Was that the question?
There are stories about dolphins committing suicide, but those are stories and not studies. So no.
We have a question here on the chat, so just a second. It was from Nils. It's about the good servant of the Lord. Nils Lyne, please comment on how to be a faithful servant in the Lord's vineyard. If physician-assisted suicide will be legalized, should doctors participate? ? If killing use is legalized, should doctors participate? ? What decides if you are a faithful servant in the Lord's vineyard? ? Is it a legal issue? ?
I think that maybe be a political issue if it is examined and it is a majority that says there should be at least some pre-examination of how it will work. It might be possible to have an exception, a conscientious objection. I think that would be possible, but we don't know. It might be. It's an old tradition, actually from psychiatry, from the 1920s, when there was a positivistic legal advisors that introduced this. We have to be just to follow the law and nothing else. So that's, I've just expanded a little. But I think that the question about the dolphins and the animals, I'm interested in, because I think that even though we have the possibility to commit suicide, dramatically or not dramatically, stopping eating or something, which was very common among older people. I think that there is a point with physician-assisted suicide, as we see it in the United States, some states. It is shown that it's only 65% who actually use these drugs. 35% are very happy to have it in their own closet home, if it is necessary. Otherwise, they might have committed a dramatic suicide. So I think that paradoxically, it might be preventive committing suicide to prescribe for at least maybe 30 or 35%. Yeah. Deterrent policy. Yeah.
So just to comment on the conscientious objection and on the legal, so SMER just published an overview of the international legislation on assisted death, and I think it stated also that there is no country which allows for assisted death somehow that don't have conscientious objection included, and I think it would be really unwise not to have that included.
Head of SMER's Kansli is here. She may want to comment on this.
Who?
No.
Hi, sorry, I'm coming back to extreme prematurity and with this ethical dilemma where I think you said that there are different stakeholders. And but then are they really equal? Because the parents are in a situation with the stress. So are they really able to have really a view on this extreme premature baby to be born? That is my first question. And the second one is, once an extreme preterm baby is born and parents would like to go to palliative care and maybe the doctors don't want that, like how strong is the voice of the parents? Like, can you grade it? Like, who is like the strongest stakeholder?
I think this was for you, Göran, or maybe. But I guess that the answer is that not no, not all stakeholders are equal. That would be kind of strange. But on the question of parents or physicians, that's a very contested issue, obviously. But I think it's, my take on your question would be that it's very hard to say in advance that parents are not equipped to have a view on what to do. There might be some problems sometimes, but they might be perfectly equipped to do that.
I would say that I wonder, maybe Hugo could answer that, I wonder if parents are actually being informed about the possibilities, the consequences of the life-sustaining treatment or what it is for infants. I'm not sure. I think it's a big experiment without informed consent, without ethical permission or whatever it is. It's just they are doing their best. I don't think there is any bad motives or something like that, but I think it is a kind of experiment when we're talking about the extreme preterm born babies.
I don't think they are informed usually if there's a preterm birth. So the obstetrician asks the neonatologist to talk with the parents. But the problem is that neonatologists are very positive, optimistic. So I think in general, they give a fairly positive view. And that's a problem. And they do. I think the parents should meet a neuropediatrician or a neutral person because neonatologists, as I said, they give a too positive view. And then the parents, of course, are quite upset afterwards if the child becomes handicapped. I think this works better in other countries, but I don't think it's so good in Sweden.
How is the tradition about second opinions within this area?
No, but I think in Lund, as you proposed, I think it was Magnus Lindroth who made this scheme. So the doctor, the nurse, the patient, the parents, and maybe also a social worker, they had to fill in all the criteria of, or had to rank whether this would be useless or good to do. And then you can make a kind of a summary of this, and in that way we get more. I think that was a quite good program. I'm not quite sure they use it still. Do you know?
I don't know if it's used today, but I used to teach with Magnus Lindroth. We taught together. He answered the clinical questions, I discussed the value questions, and we had a dialogue. I think that the parents are entitled to know, and I had on my slides the various assumptions, and one of them was the assumption that the healthcare staff are aware of their own values and how that influences the information they provide. And I think if you say they are too positive, I think that's something that one should look out for and possibly change, because as Nils said, it's a lottery and some people will suffer the consequences for a very long time, and they should at least know what they are doing when they encourage the physicians to go ahead. But the challenge is also, as I mentioned, you are entitled to discuss with them and to take into account their views, but you should not leave the decision to them. It has to be a medical decision by the doctor, and the parents should not have to decide about the life and death of their children, because it's difficult to live with.
I would definitely support what you're saying, and in the years I worked in intensive care, we were careful to mention to relatives who might disagree among themselves that the legal implication of the decision to limit care is with the doctors, not with the family. We will listen to their view, but they are not deciding.
But I think this is a Lutheran view. I mean, this is typical Lutheran. I mean, in America and France and UK, the parents actually make the decision. I think this is only with regard to 22, 23 weeks. As soon as we recognize the baby as a child, then it's, of course, if the parents want to stop treatment, then you can have to defend the child. But I think this is only related to offsprings or fetuses before they are become conscious or potentially conscious about 22, 23 weeks. But then after 24, 25 weeks, then I can accept that the doctors make the decision. But I also add that in the United States, if they resuscitated extremely preterm infant and this baby develops handicaps, then the parents can sue the hospital.
We don't have that.
Pardon?
We cannot sue the physician in this country.
No.
Very good.
Yeah, I think no. I don't like the system in America.
Yes,
So
there are several hands now up here. We cannot take over the floor totally.
Thank you. I have a comment on the suicide in other species, and I have a question. I mean, whales sometimes swim into shallow water and die, and lemmings form flocks and run into the water and drown. I think that's misguided behavior, not suicide, not willingness to suicide. But what you do observe in animals is that if they are seriously sick or wounded, they will go someplace and hide and get away, and you kind of sense that at some point they just give up on life. And still, it may not be willingly suicide, but it comes close, I think. My question is, I helped to kill my uncle, or helping to suicide, because I'm a biologist, so I can do things that his doctor could not do. And basically, I just said, ask your doctor for the sleeping medicine and take 10 pills of it. And it worked. And the doctor could do that because he said, it's for my sleeping problems. And that's a very easy way out of it, I thought. I'm not sure if I'm guilty of something or not, or morally or legally. But I think it's he was terminally ill with cancer and in lots of pain. So, I mean, it was a reasonable request. But, I mean, for a physician just to say, okay, I understand you needed some sleeping pills. I'll prescribe this. And, I mean, don't overdose and take more than 10 pills or something. Then you probably would have your back free and still help the patients, or is that not possible?
It's a good point, but there are two problems here. One is the exact definition of suicide. What conditions need to be met in order to qualify for a suicide? And the other problem is how to find out if empirically, if these conditions are met in a particular case. But I agree with your description of the situation.
I would just add a little thing, and that is it has been very common that general practitioners know about a condition for a patient, and if the patient asks for prescribing sleeping pills or painkillers with fatal outcome if you take too much, then they know it is how it is, but they don't say anything. And you are, in Sweden, you are not allowed to recommend, if you ask what kind of pills should I take in order to kill myself, you are not allowed to advise about this. So it's very strong conditions about it, but you can teach it yourself. What you were disguised types of physician-assisted suicide is already here.
Could I just say a final thing? And as a psychiatrist, I have met quite many people who have tried to kill themselves, but they didn't manage. And I don't think that this method that is discussed is very reliable. I would even say it's unethical from a society to allow doctors to prescribe great amounts and be aware that this is not a safe way of killing yourself. Either we prevent suicide or we do not, but we have to be open with what we're doing. And just prescribing a lot of pills and thinking the patient should manage themselves, that's it, it's not okay, I think.
Yeah, I would just say we are talking about very ill patients with a chronic disease. So I don't, it's not just I don't like to live anymore. So we're talking about where you are in the final stage in your life. Then maybe I don't think that a doctor will prescribe such drugs. Well, not conscious.
Okay, yeah, I have like a comment, or maybe one of you would like to say something. Because in Sweden we have palliative sedation, and as I understand it, the doctor is allowed to give any dose that's needed to relieve anxiety, pain, and suffering, even if it quickens death. And as long as the intention is not to kill. So you can, in fact, sedate away consciousness. Would you like to say something about that?
I can start. I would say that it is the practice, and I think that maybe the medical health system will accept it, but you don't know, it's never tried in a jury or in a legal system. You have a word for the former riksåklagare? No, national prosecutor has said, I will never do anything if what is going on within the palliative care. I think it's okay, but I don't know whether someone, a prosecutor outside in the country, will react, and it is not legally accepted. So there is no law or something that says you may comment on that. Do you know whether the practice is?
As I said, I'm a clinician and not a legal expert. But when we talk about palliative care in the intensive care unit, when a DCD process is not able, when you're not able to complete a DCD process, donation after circulatory death, or when you're not, when you are in a organ donation process for DBD or DCD, and you find out that there is no possible donation, you instead start priority. The palliative care is given priority. It is all the time, but when you end the donation process, there is only palliative care, and we say the intention should not be to harm the patient or to, how to say, shorten the lifespan, but it could happen. I mean, if you give heavy, large doses of opioids and benzodiazepines, they inhibit the how do you say, the breathing, respiratory drive. So it is a well-known source of inhibition of respiration, but you are allowed to give those drugs because palliative care has priority over everything else.
Yeah. I had a question about the, can you hear me? Yeah. This is, of course, a complicated topic, and one can look at it from different sides. I tend myself to be skeptical about, as a physician, assisted suicide. I think one major reason is maybe that we do have terminal sedation now. But I think also these questions can be also even easily become very somehow unrealistic, and I think to some extent philosophical, a little bit esoteric. If we look at how the healthcare and the hospitals are organized nowadays. And those of us who have been there for some time, we've seen lots of different systems to run them. I mean, and it was lean for a couple of years. It was value-based healthcare. It was taken from the car industry. So I think one cannot discuss this topic without taking into consideration the big economy in the care of the people who are at the end. And that will be a big pressure on doctors and on patients, I think. So I think the discussion is not really serious if you only look into the philosophical aspect. I think one must look into the industrial aspect.
So I think it's really important to have the kind of systemic aspects included as well. But I'm still think it's really important to have the what you call the philosophical debate also on the values. And getting back to the terminal sedation, so I participated on a workshop with palliative care physicians, and it was me and a lawyer and a senior consultant in palliative care. And we constructed a case with a 19-year-old patient that had severe, very severe anxiety. And the question of palliative sedation for that patient would shorten his life, definitely. And in the case, it was estimated that he had around 4 to 6 months still to live. And it was a massive disagreement among palliative care practitioners about this case. And in the disagreement, it was also a kind of conceptual disagreement of what you're actually doing. Are you actively killing someone, or are you providing comfort care, which shorten life? And the views seem to inform or affect the conceptual perception of what you're doing, rather than the other way around. So it's a very heated and contested, also legally untried kind of field.
Yeah, I want to raise a question. Couldn't it be, what we are talking about is active suicide, but couldn't it also be a passive suicide? And that could be something which could relate to animals, for instance. I mean, dolphins are those who have the brain most alike our brain. So if any animal could do it, it may be dolphins. But we also have this story about dogs whose owner die, and very soon after, the dog also die without no obvious reason. We have couples, married couples, where one is dying and only a few weeks after the other is dying. And we have these patients who fight for something, just what we have talked about with active and otherwise. But when they get some promise or something, so they get safe and kind of relax, then they die without any other things. So therefore, I wonder, this is not, of course, applicable for very young individuals, but for older ones, I wonder, isn't it time also to talk about passive suicide? Because I'm sure that some of those, many of you probably have seen similar, that looks like people absolutely, if they absolutely don't want to live, they might die rather soon. And I think it might be relevant to talk about that we have two kinds of suicide.
I think that's an interesting passive suicide, because I was thinking of the issue about animals. You have elephants go to a certain place, which we call a elephant cemetery or something like that. They go there and lay down and die. And so that is, and I would say I also know that from Greenland, when it was very hard, when people were living in igloos, and when you were 35 years old, you were very old. And then when a family was moving to another place in order to survive, the old man said, "Let me leave me here, I will die now," and was just living in this left igloo and the family. And that was in order for the family to survive. They couldn't take care of handicapped people. So that, I think that not because I'll compare elephants with Inuits, but I think that there might be a parallel.
It comes back to the definition of suicide and the conditions that need to be fulfilled or met in order for a suicide to have taken place. And these conditions are somewhat in the dark. We need to make them explicit. And of course, also in other areas, there is areas that there are cases we don't know if it was suicide or not. I mean, single traffic accidents. Did he fall asleep while driving, or was it an intention to kill himself? Hard to tell in some cases.
Thank you very much. I think we have to end now. And I'm very glad that we had such a vivid discussion. And the whole symposium is available still on the homepage of Läkaresällskapet. So after 3 months, I think it's free for anyone, but until then you have to pay a little. So I want to thank all the contributors to this debate, and I hope we can continue in other places because this is a very important topic. Thank you.
Tack.